The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo. Took a wee bit of setup. Because it takes a good 20 to 30 minutes of getting things ready and testing out the audio and stuff. It still could go wrong, of course. We're dealing with Windows after all, and Google. So hopefully, and ISP if that goes down too. If you ever get the spinning, rotating dial, it means we've lost internet connection, and it may come back. Sometimes ISPs can take about 15 minutes to get restored. Sometimes to get equipment failure, it could take all day. The route switch goes down or whatever. I think they've got lots of backups and procedures in place where they've got extra units able to swap in and out pretty quick. But we've had outages like that before, especially roadworks up the road there, digging up the road, putting in new traffic lights, so some idiot digger would cut through the fibre line, and of course then it would have to get melted together again and never be quite as good as it was previously. Because every time you splice it, it creates imperfection in the fibre. So yes, all sorts of things could go wrong. It's all a growing area out, and this used to be the countryside, now it's becoming like another city. So we'd have to move further away to get away from all the problems of the city, I suppose. We always lived out on the outskirts of the city, and it kept moving towards us. So yeah, we used to be a good 20 minutes further into the city, and already that's taken over, becoming its own little mini town. When we first come into New Zealand, we were probably the third house in the whole street, in the whole block actually. It was reclaimed farmland back then, and where we are now is reclaimed farmland. So we're losing more and more farmland as population keeps growing, which is not a good thing. Yeah, I suppose I forgot to type up my side chat. Welcome everybody. It's on at the moment. Phillips. Long live King Charles. Oh no, we're going to start fights in the side chat over rules. News is that the Queen died this morning. Rest in peace. She was always one of the better royals, of course, and she reigned for 70 years. I think she influenced the government pretty good, actually, in a positive way, I guess. Healing after World War II, I guess. And now we've probably got some idiot in charge of the rules. Philip, I don't particularly like too much. I never liked the guy. I don't know. The guy seems to have every agenda under the sun, including climate change. So, and you know my feelings about climate change, that it always changes. Man can't control it. But there's been a lot of debate over that, being how much is human-made disaster versus natural. I think it's too young still. We need to collect more data. Yeah, but hopefully King Philip doesn't do too much crazy stuff and gets involved in politics too much. Personally, I would like William to be in control, but I think he's a bit of influenced as well. Generation M. And Terry's long gone, isn't he? He's in America, so he's gone. So yeah, I just had a new sub join us just as we started. Yes, welcome on board to the Out There channel. Hey Dan, how's it going? Somehow he probably will be, I suppose, but we have to see how it develops, I guess. Hopefully he will step down and hand it over to William or someone, someone that's got a bit more energy, because he always seems to be lacking in energy from what I've seen. The Queen had more go than him, that's for sure, at 96. Yeah, it's too much problems in the world at the moment to focus on climate change. You know, climate change should be at the bottom of the list, really. We should be focusing on making sure people don't suffer in the world and sorting out the energy crisis, right? And we also should be stopping wars. Everybody should be behind stopping Russia doing what it's doing, and anyone else that wants to start a war. I think the next problem might be Iran, if that's not sort of handled properly, you know. It's obviously that they've been trying to develop nuclear weapons. I'm not sure why people have to have nuclear weapons. It's just stupid. Nuclear power is still, you know, it can be made to be really safe now. All these old power plants need to be scrapped, but they shouldn't. Nuclear shouldn't have to be replaced until we got fusion under control, which I think is still like another 10 years away or more. So for now, we need to focus on surviving. And as you know, energy can be made into light, which feeds plants. So even if the sun goes, if we got energy, we can also live in the dark, right? We can live underground if we have to, underwater, absorbs the radiation. We've been through that in the past. How deep can we go? Can we live in the sea? So I think a lot of planets in the solar universe will, if it's got life, I reckon that like almost every star has a planet now, a solar system. And that's a lot of trillions of planets in our galaxy alone, right? We've been through that stats before though, but we won't go over it again. So yeah, we better keep going on with the show, I guess. I forgot to type up the side chat pins last week, I think, so I better do that now. So we're talking about destruction of ufology, some new stuff that's sort of come to light, although it's been around for a couple of months, I hear, between little groups on Facebook, or some groups on Facebook, or key members on. Oh, I forgot to mute Discord. We've got Gabba TV not joining us, and he's on Discord. I forgot to put it on don't disturb. Okay, let's get rid of that. Live now. Yeah, we can't talk too much openly. There's no such thing as free speech, as you know, and we'll get shut down or deleted. So I try to keep away from those topics because, you know, I'd love to talk about them, but I can't. I'm sort of controlled now. I fear of being shut down. Then I won't be able to do anything for you guys at all. Because you need people like me that are actually doing the research, got cameras out trying to capture evidence, and all you got all the other ones with the talking heads that are just regurgitating the same garbage and disinformation, which we'll sort of cover today as well. And you got to remember, I'm pretty much sick every week, so I'm sort of fighting things as well with my health, and who knows, I may disappear because I died, literally, you know. So yeah, take what you can from me now, because I won't be around forever. I don't think. My health is really crazy. But yeah, I got tons of stuff to bring you though. It's just a matter of finding the energy to do it. I got all my meters. I got the radiation meter finally arrive, a replacement, and it works. It doesn't rattle like the other one, which had a broken tube. So I've yet to do that. I got EMF and heat sensors, lasers, and all that sort of stuff to show you, which you should have in your kit if you want to be a researcher. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's quite interesting. Having to play around with the meters, see what sort of radiation that we're living in here, and see how it could influence your dreams if you live in a high EMF field, right? And it's quite interesting about the radiation as well. I was just walking around the house. Some parts of the house are more radioactive than the others in background radiation, although it's very minimal. It's like double one end of the house to the other, which is kind of strange. I think the lounge is the highest where I sit, which is a bit strange. I just wonder if it's the rocks underneath the house, because we're on an old riverbed, so it probably comes down from the mountains. Hey, what have we got? Ding ding is normally money. Hey, thanks Mike for that. Yeah, I just better post up, pin that last comment too. I've had a few things to go over too from Twitter. Alright, I already got it pinned. Forgot I did that. So yeah, what's it say here? It's gone all green. I've still yet to figure out how to change that. If I can. I just can't read it there. What's it say there? Oh, what's happening there? What's it say there? How's it going? Alright, that's a little graphic, is it? Let me see. Does it come up? It won't display it for some reason. Oh, it comes up with a W. Is it? Oh no, it doesn't know how to display it properly. That's kind of weird. Oh, they've added that feature where you double click it, turns it off again. Alright. But yeah, what's it say underneath there? It's on my first screen, which I can't zoom in. Oh, right, it's got the price of the money there. It's all been messed up a wee bit. It sort of works still. But it is a third-party add-on here. I'm not using OBS or StreamYards to do it, right? So that's cool. Yeah, well. Yeah, longer messages seem to work better for it, though. That's alright, though. least I'm not going to pay 30, what is it, 30 US dollars a month for ScreenYard. Who needs it? When you can just use it with $100 license of Minicam, because I buy the license. I don't really need, I could probably use the free one actually, because I'm using all my add-ons here. So yeah, the subs on YouTube suddenly shot up again. Google took away 7 in one day, and then suddenly I got them returned to me. So I think the Google bot's having a mental breakdown. Brand new tube has gone. They totally messed up their site, and it's still not back up properly, and all my videos have disappeared. So they're gone. So 281 subs there was a waste of time. So I'm looking for another alt media company to join that's going to let me join. I looked at Roken, whatever it's called, and you have to get approved to be a creator, which is stupid, and it doesn't look like they're going to approve me, because they're after money. They're only after money. If I said I wanted to be all free, right? They're not interested in that. So yeah, I'll keep on looking for something to replace them and update that counter down here at some stage. More coding. I realised you've been away. That's alright, everybody's got life to live and health problems, and we don't need that extra crap from the internet. People attacking us, but we do. What else have I forgotten? I think that's pretty it. We can pretty much hit off. I've been doing my New Zealand Skywatch soon. We're getting sunny days here, so it's not freezing cold. You can't move because you're so frozen. But yeah, if people from UK come here, they'll probably think it's paradise because it's warm and they'll be running around in shorts even in winter. Same as they do in Australia, and Kiwis go to Australia and they're always in shorts all year round, and Australians look at them crazy because they got used to the temperature. But anyway, yeah, what's happened here? Okay, so to start off with some science stuff, Mick West put out this great video, they reckon, on mirages. Unfortunately, it's not all on mirages, and there's been a bit of debate between me and him on the wording of things and why people get confused, how they come to be, which types they are, and how they calculate them in a simulation. Now, Fata Morgana actually covers at least 5 different types of mirage effects, which makes it a bit more complicated, and some of the mirages actually can be below the horizon and not above the horizon, and some of them can be multiple images, and some of them can be part of images, and others can be upside down. But yeah, we'll just play Mick West's little video here and then just talk about it so everybody understands it a bit better. And I can see why newspapers that do reports on this get confused. But there's a lot of misinformation or wrong wording online, which is really confusing. So what's that in the side chat? I'll catch up on that as much as I can. Else we'll be here all day. Seasons feel like they are shifting a bit. Not really. It always seems to be the same to me. Some years it's slightly warmer, and some years it feels pretty much the same in New Zealand, and sometimes it feels a bit colder, if anything. But yeah, we do get some strange weather patterns, but we always have in New Zealand. We always get floods occasionally and droughts. It's just seasons and climate changes all the time, and we can't control it. If we could control it, we wouldn't have floods and all that. As I always said, this corona thing had a big impact on the climate as it is with the airplanes, right? The airplanes create contrails that some people call chemtrails. But yeah, contrails are really suspended ice crystals, and that's how they form. Bit like, it looks like a bit like coming out the back, like one of those smoke machines, but it's not. It's actually suspended ice crystals, not even water vapor. People think it's water vapor, but it's not. There will be some water vapor mixed in, of course. And you see the distance behind the plane. It's always like 20 meters or whatever it is behind the plane, the contrail starts forming. But there are ones that actually form over top of the wings, which can be a bit confusing. I think there's a video on Third Phase of the Moon. I think there's one where they say it's got a UFO hanging on the wing, and it's actually one of these contrails over the wing, and low res, right? So yeah, I might be able to get onto that at some stage. So we'll see how well we go, and just go over the simplest stuff, and then lead into the CULTofLUE stuff, which is quite a big topic. This report come out from McGowan, was it? Well, it looks like he's written a book. It's like 3 chapters or 4 chapters that he's written about Lue and his association with him. So yeah, we'll just skim over that and talk about it. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it certainly is going to destroy ufology as we know it now. And probably for the next 100 years. So you're going to need the people like me to save ufology from all the talking heads and the big name players out there. And so eventually you'll flock over, because I'll be presenting real evidence and not fake stuff from the government. But anyway, disinformation is really bad, and people just don't realise it. I've been saying it for years though, and I say always be careful with government. Always remember Mr. Doty, but people don't listen. Government always lie, and at the moment the government's so corrupt than ever. I tell you that. And New Zealand's corrupt, Australia's corrupt, America's corrupt, the UK's corrupt. It's all bad everywhere. Russia's corrupt, China's corrupt, really corrupt. Anyway, let's just play this video, and as we'll probably get censored.
Ship floating in the clouds off Cornwall leaves man baffled. Or does it? This story in Cornwall Live is something that crops up from time to time. We see very similar stories to this in the media over the years. And we see what looks like a ship floating above the horizon. And this version of the story in Cornwall Live, they actually talked to the guy who took the photograph, and he has in fact seen the phenomenon before. And he explains what it is. Now, he was actually there, and he had the wider view. He could see the whole context, and he could tell kind of where the ship was relative to the actual horizon. And you can see what was actually going on. And he explains that what's actually happening here is that due to the similar colouring of the sea and sky, the large vessel appears to be sitting amongst the clouds. And that's what's actually happening here. And we know this because this is the type of thing that we've seen many times before, and a lot of the times you get better quality photos that are a bit wider, and you can actually adjust the contrast, and you can see that what's underneath the ship here is in fact just the sea. And there's quite a few examples like this one here of a boat that appears at a distance to be floating above the horizon here, but in fact this region here is in fact just the sea, just the ocean, and it's just a change in the color, which is possibly to do with the reflection of the clouds, possibly to do with like a bit of haze over the ocean. But basically there's nothing weird going on here other than a bit of an optical illusion, because the surface of the sea is blending in with the sky. Anyway.
Yeah, so that's a fairly good picture. A lot of people said that was Fata Morgana, but there's actually various types. So there's false horizon, which is number 1. And you also got Fata Morgana, which consists of about 5 different mirage effects. One of them is floating, another one is distortion, up, left and right, and upside down as well, and multiple images. So Fata Morgana sort of has an umbrella, a thing, and there's also one called Loom, Refraction, and that's generally the one that confuses people the most. So Mick's gonna go over this, and I was debating whether Loom and Refraction was actually a mirage, because the definition of mirage in the dictionary is refraction of light, and lumen is a reflection of light. But we come to understand that it's a misuse of word there, and really the lumen image where it is bent refraction, so it looks like the object's above the sea, and it's not distorted so much. And the other one is where it gets turned upside down or distorted a wee bit. You know, you see like some of the images look like they've sort of been smudged. And you can see a sharp bit, and then you don't see a sharp bit. One of them was on a MUFON case. Apparently a cruise ship was mistaken as a airship or UFO, when in fact it was just a Fata Morgana effect. And they overlaid the images, and they could see the front of the ship a wee bit better once you overlay all the images, which is like what they use now for number plate improving from old videos and stuff, or crappy videos. A lot of the algorithms were invented by NASA to try and improve images that they're getting from space. So how much do I play of this? But he sort of talks about Loom, how it sort of bends the image up and stuff. So we'll just play it to there.
We see this in a bunch of other images here. Like here's a classic one here. A boat appears to be.
So these ones here with the false horizon, you can see here it always depends on the sky and the sea calmness as well. Here I don't think it's fog, but there is actually a horizon here with the sailboat, and it looks like it's floating, but it's actually reflecting the sky colour off the sea at that point there. Whether it's to do with mist, I don't know, but I can't see any mist on that image there. So it's all to do with optics, right?
Floating up above the horizon, but again it's the same type of thing. It's just this is the area of the sea that kind of blends in with the sky, and you can actually see these real horizons if you magnify the contrast, and you'll see a little line where.
Now you see that what I do with the online tools with the color curves, right? And I always show up the background. And we see reflections of people that are faking stuff and all that sort of stuff.
The actual horizon is. And here's the one we're looking at here. You can actually see that right here.
Now this one, again, you can see the cloud covers reflecting off the water. You see, it looks like the same cloud pattern happening. So it looks like it's floating in the sky. It's really clever, but it shows how easy we can be fooled what we're seeing. So that's using false colors there to highlight the edge where you can see an edge happening. But you can see the two differences between a false horizon and generally a mirage. A mirage seems to shimmer and distort a wee bit, or has some corruption. And false horizon one, you always see a perfect ship, right? So when you see these ones, you'll be able to say, oh, that's a false horizon now, because we can see all the details of the ship. Or, well, that's a Fata Morgana of an island, which looks like it's all shimmering and also hovering above the sea, and they call that a superior mirage.
Yeah, the real horizon and the false horizon. But what's happened with this is, of course, the media picks it up, and because it looks quite like an amazing image, and they go with it being a mirage, which it is not. It's not a mirage, and unfortunately, a lot of meteorologists will say it's a mirage. They'll say things like it's a superior mirage because it's above the horizon, meaning superior. Inferior means below the horizon. And if we go to Google and we type in a superior mirage, and we look at the images, we'll see what an actual superior mirage looks like. It looks like something like this. It's very kind of distorted, and it's like a couple of things, one on top of the other. It's all stretched out. But we'll also see things like this.
Thanks for dropping
by. This image here. This, again, is a boat which is just kind of on a false horizon. You can magnify and see the real horizon here. And people think it's a superior mirage. It's not. We see the same thing. Here's the classic examples. Here is this, another one, not a superior mirage. This over here, this is a superior mirage. Not a superior mirage? Yes, a superior mirage. And you also see Fata Morganas. Now, a big part of the problem here are these...
let me just see if I can pause that. So, he's talking about... He's not really making it too clear here, but you can see this ship's upside down. It's got a bit upside down. That's a mirage. You see it's corrupting the image. You can see it's not like a solid image like the other one. And this one here you can actually see that it's actually on the sea here, but then we've got this other strangeness happening here. That's where Fata Morgana comes in. It's always about the same height too. So he's talking about these images here as well. Let's go through all of them.
Helpful little diagrams which supposedly show a superior mirage, but they don't actually show a superior mirage. They show a phenomenon called looming, where an object is raised up without being...
So therefore you said looming, which is also a camera artifact. Mostly, I think it's only on CCD sensors. Lumens where the light gets... is too bright and it sort of smears around the object, but like overexposure. But yeah, what he's saying here is they're seeing the real object, but the refraction bends the light coming to your eyesight and makes it look like it's hanging in the air. So this is not a false horizon. It's called lumen refraction. But a lot of articles will call it lumen mirage, and I was debating that's where they're going wrong, because I think I looked up Fata Morgana, and this guy was talking about it here, which is, you can see here we got corrupted images happening. But down here he talks about lumen being a mirage, and that's where they go wrong. Superior image. It's quite a complex. It's pretty mostly correct. It's just slightly wrong wording. Whereabouts was it to convert? Let's see, around about here somewhere, I think it was. There's a lot of reading on this stuff, as you know, science and understanding what we're seeing. Of course, if we can see it with our eyes, the camera's going to see the same thing, right? Atmospherics cause a lot of problems. And heat and cold layers. Ghostly image, inverted. I thought it was down here. I suppose if I do Control F. So, lumen. Okay, so he says lumen is a type of superior mirage, and Mick West was saying it wasn't, and I was thinking, oh, where, because this article is pretty solid, goes into quite a lot of detail, why they would get that wrong. And it is when you look up the word, I was debating it here, which I probably don't need. I don't need that one now either. I was just trying to find where my links were. Probably got on Twitter, but we can look it up again. Okay. So I looked at Loom, see what it was saying there. So it talks about refraction phenomenon do not produce mirages, right? So we know sometimes the wiki can be wrong. So if you Google what is mirage, right? Mirage, I can see where everybody's getting confused by the definition. It says here, an optical illusion caused by atmospheric conditions, which is the same as a lumen, refraction, especially the appearance of a sheet of water in a desert or a hot road caused by the refraction of light from the sky by heated air. So it sounds exactly the same, doesn't it? The surface of the road ripple in the heat, mirage. So you can see why the article talked about it being a mirage, because that's a definition of refraction of atmospherics, right? But it's not quite so. One bends the light while one distorts the light. So if it distorts it, it's mirage. And if it's just general refraction, then it shows the real object. But yeah, so we got false horizons and lumen refraction, and we got Fata Morgana, mirages, superior mirages. So we got three things which we should be aware of now because we've brought it up. And just finalizing it. So yeah, so even though we do research online, the articles can be slightly wrong and misdirect you, basically. And this one had more reading than actual images to explain it. But yeah, it's quite a good read. Have a read of it anyway, if you want to. I'm just trying to paste this thing. Mirages, refraction, and false horizons. There we go. So that's the article. I won't go through it. Normally I'd read out chunks of it, but I don't think we need to go that far, and I don't really think we need to really look at more of this one, but I'll post the link to that article of his. I think it needed to be retouched on again. Why a online thing was saying it was a mirage, well, Mick West wasn't. Was Mick wrong, or was the article wrong? So Mick was correct, and we got there in the end. Next thing is major video evidence. So Tyler brought out something, so we might go over that. We got name calling online. So I might go over that now. So I'm still being attacked by GUFON on his new Twitter account and getting stupid comments. So I just want to touch on that because this guy doesn't listen, and what he say here. Well, you are so smart. How do you not want to pinch those chubby cheeks? Now, straight away, he's fat shaming, which is just not acceptable. And I don't want to block him at the moment because I want people to see what a complete idiot this guy is. So I expect naming, or actually mean name, calling from kids, but adults. I grew up being called fat and gay. I'm not gay, nor am I always fat or chubby. If you're skinny, you get sick, you will waste away, and at the moment I have water retention from meds I take. Makes me look fatter in face. So, now this is a few years ago now, but not that long ago. I looked pretty much the same, except for my face blows up sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't. And because of my bad back and lockdown, I've put on a wee bit extra weight too. So, yeah, you know, I come from a line of big bones in the family, especially on dad's side. And mum's side as well. And so you can't change your genetics. So yeah, I don't expect people to point out the obvious that I've got fat cheeks just because he gets off on it. I just think this guy here is really bad for ufology and just a bad person in general. And the people that are donating to him are hypocrites and need to wake up. He's on his live, always trying to defend himself and appear that he's telling the truth all the time, but he doesn't show what a prick he is behind the scenes. But anyway, if you not see me, that's what I look like. Yeah, so this is like 20 years ago now. I still got the leather jacket. Might not fit into it too well at the moment. And I got a lot more grey hair now. So you can see here, a few years ago, I've gone from pretty good dark hair, although I was just getting a few grey hairs back then. And I probably got even more grey hairs because I haven't dyed it. Because I was starting to dye it for job interviews and stuff, because there is a lot of bias on age in the employment side of things, especially in computers. So I'm a computer scientist. I've worked overseas as well as in New Zealand on multi-million-dollar computers, mainframes, in universities, right? And of course, if they go down, it's like firefighting, kick in extreme gear. So we can have all sorts of problems happen at universities, and it's bread and butter. And you'd have hundreds and thousands of people complaining to you if it goes down. So yeah, I've done a lot of complicated stuff in my life. And most of it's self-taught too. Even though I've got qualifications, all the good stuff I do, including learning about the complex of streaming, I started off really basic, just to test out a few things, and then I jumped into headgear, right, to what we got now. And I'm not using all the latest wing bang features. I just dropped these panels on here, which is actually using OBS, StreamYards. I'm using here a modified browser of Google. Here I'm using StreamYards and the Datsun Alien Streamlabs, I mean, not StreamYard. I suppose they used a similar name to con people. And this here control panel I did myself, and also this other one here that can do all the effects, which I don't use enough of because I'm busy trying to explain things rather than have a bit of a fun. So here I said here also, I'm also not able to exercise much due to pain I suffer and feeling sick much of the time. Thanks, buddy. The meds I'm on, I can't take painkillers or aspirin without damaging my kidneys and ended up dead. Someone needs to apologise to me. And I ceded it to Steve Cameron because he's also getting the same shit from GUFON. It's not that we are weak men or anything like that, and we don't want to go on his show to attack him on voice, because we're not into all that drama. But we post it on Twitter. It should be good enough for him to be able to read back things. And I said, how about UFO Twitter sub to my channel and help beat the GUFON's numbers obtained by working with frauds and piss them off. Dan, give 10k to Steve Cambrian. That will trigger GUFON then. So I'm not just saying just sub to me, but sub to other truthers out there. Yes, I have grey hair, but I could dye it like GUFON. Yes, I have all my teeth and a few years older than Mr. Dick G. Okay, so that was my comeback there. Whether I look at it, I don't know. But yeah, I'm just so sick of that guy. Like I said, I don't want to get into all the drama and all the stupid personal attacks, because I don't deal with personal attacks. You know, at least I call him GUFON, I don't call him chubby or whatever. He was chubby, which is the funny thing about it. Yeah, anyone can start puffing on weed and stuff and not being eaten and lose weight. You know, I could lose 3 stone within a month if I stopped eating, got really sick. As it is, I haven't even eaten yet, and it's what's the time now? 1 p.m. So probably going to be a late lunch or late dinner, brunch, dinner, breakfast, all in one. As I said here also, it's easy to spot the frauds in ufology. Anyone that uses third phase of the moon to promote themselves is not rocket science. I have no care for dumb scientists, since showing they can't do basic research on frauds in the field. And I'm talking about that guy that showed up on the third phase of the moon. What's his name? A.V. Loeb. You know, the scientist for the Galileo project. He's now done a third interview, a third phase, and it's fairly obvious why he's on there. He's trying to promote himself and get funding, thinking that 800,000 people, if they all pay $10 each, that's $8 million. No, it's not going to happen that way, because they only got about they only got like 30,000 people that watch them. And half of those just watch it to laugh at them. They probably only got really 10,000 real gullible fans that watch them still. It's fairly obvious. You just can look at the numbers and the number of views on their videos. It's about time that Google, instead of attacking me, removing my subs constantly, disappearing, that they should remove 700 plus of their subs which are dormant. Same with Tyler. It's really annoying. Why didn't that come up though? Where's the picture that I had? I had a snapshot of the person I was talking about. So we'll just go through the list here and see if I can find it. There's a lot of stuff I submit on Twitter that I don't do a live stream on. Debunks and stuff. I also did a video here of the backyard. We got some snow in Christchurch, and I added some my music on there, and the dog at the end. He loves going out there and just chasing that blackbird away. Maybe they've removed my image, have they? Just going through the list. I really don't like Twitter because it's a right mess with the commentary structure, right? So this is the guy I'm talking about here, this little small short guy. R.V. Loeb, I'm not sure how you say his last name. But doing an interview with Blake Cousins is not going to make him rich. Blake Cousins wants the $10 from 800,000 people. Not you, mate. But yeah, if you go and listen to the interview, which I'm not promoting that you should, you'll see that it's all about trying to fund his project. So that's his motive. But yeah, his reputation is toast as far as I'm concerned, right? Anyone that uses third phase is a hypocrite in ufology. And it's making them more come across decent, right? Makes them look more respectable, even though we know they're hoaxes and deceptive. So yeah, it's easy to spot frauds. And of course GUFON insulted me here as well on that image. Maybe you missed when Third Phase had Congressman Tin Butch, whatever his name is, Butchett on. No, I said, oh, there you go, there's another gullible person in government showing up on a fraud channel, and ufology should know better. This is the guy that was speaking out at the stupid Navy videos, which are just a load of disinformation anyway. But he was saying the disinformation, and I was always questioning it from the start. Remember, I always said I suspect the Tic Tac as our technology, and it might be related to DARPA, which hasn't come out and said it's not them. So I always had my doubts. And that's a lot of the drama that's now unfolding on this new document that come out, saying that Fraser, what's his name? David Favor, not Fraser, doesn't believe it was aliens now. He believes it was also black ops. So maybe he's been watching my stuff, I don't know. But I always showed you how it could be our technology, and there has been some leaks of various named programs about the drone technology that come out after through the drive, wasn't it? I can't remember what they were called now, the names of the projects. One was on drone technology, and the other one was on false images on radar scopes, generating hundreds of false images on radar. So I still think it's our technology, and for David Fravor being one of the main pilots to see it, saying he hasn't seen that kind of technology before, not saying now that he doesn't think it's alien technology. That's sort of a big shift, isn't it? But yeah, GUFON here is saying Third Phase interviewed AV Loeb 3 times, yes, and they're friends with him. I guess you can't look up to AV Loeb now. That's correct. I see him as a person that's trying to grab money and using frauds to do it. You're on the wrong side of history, am I? I think I'm always going to be on the correct side because I always stuck to my morals and not team up with big channels to try and get where I am today. We are the real deal. GUFON thinks he's a real deal, not who look up to shimmy need, whatever that means. So yeah, the guy's a complete moron. He thinks that I'm a Biden supporter, but I'm actually in the middle. I don't vote left or right, but I try and pick parties that can influence the one that gets them to power, to try and keep them on the straight and narrow. In New Zealand, that was like New Zealand First Party for... Actually, the guy's actually making lots of sense. He's doing speeches now that he makes the most sense, but he's not been trustworthy. So politics is like ufology, it's politics. You got a lot of idiots everywhere trying to suggest that you're this and that when they don't know anything about you. I just put out articles exposing the lies about government, sometimes on my Twitter feed. And the lies of the Biden administration at the moment, and all the lies against Trump. Because I see it, I don't know why other people don't see it, because they're so caught up in mainstream media and all this Google censorship, so you don't get to hear people like me speak out about it and show you what it really going on, because you can lead a horse to water but you can't make it drink, and that's the saying that we have with the UFO field, the mindset, and also US politics, and also New Zealand politics and UK politics. It's people just got to wake up and get away from TV and start doing their own research. Don't rely on one article, as we found out with the Mirages, because that one sentence couldn't be wrong, which changes the whole meaning. You've got to look at lots of articles and find which one's actually correct. Same with politics and same with ufology. I said here also to Stephen on that one, he's GUFON again, attacking me. He just can't leave me alone. Yeah, you are woke and identify as a woman, so that's straight away an insult. I think he probably could be reported and lose his new Twitter account already. I certainly don't identify myself as a woman, but he does call me Paula sometimes. Biden lover, you are. I just said I'm not. Certainly not Biden lover. Never ever liked Biden. That's why you won't say it, because you know you love Trump. I don't love Trump. I don't always agree with Trump. But I think Trump is a better person out of both of them, yes. All your fake friends will drop you. Well, all those ones that seem to have a world view, which is corrupt, will drop me, yes. You need to get away from that shit and find the actual truth in between all of it. So you got to stay in the middle. Tell us who you support in America, smart guy. Well, I think probably would be more middle right, because I think you got to have compassion and help those that are sick like myself, and you also got to work. And at the moment, there's no one wants to work. Everybody's getting handouts, and they want to stay at home playing computer games all day. This is the COVID thing is sort of made people not want to go into the cities anymore and just want to stay home. So it's a shift in thinking. I think that's a good thing, though. I think people should be allowed to work from home, because there are a lot of jobs like call centers where you don't need to go into an office. So I think COVID in the way has changed what people want and what they can demand, and I think that's a good thing. But there's also been a lot of negative, controls put in place and new laws put in place, which we don't need, and forcing people to have injections when they don't want it, and stop them going to university if they've not had an injection, and all this sort of stuff is just pure nonsense. If they want to wear a face mask, don't wear a face mask. This is what free speech and free will's meant to be about. People should have a say in their own life. You can wear a mask if you feel better. That's fine, but don't expect other people to wear masks. But at the moment, this is what we got in New Zealand at the moment, which we really hate. We hate this government. Well, I do anyway. And that's a left government we've got in here. I've never ever voted for the woman that's in power in New Zealand. Like I said, I don't vote left or right for a long time, because I don't trust any of the government, because they're all a bunch of corruption and liars. And it affects ufology, obviously. If your government's corrupt on just everyday life, then they're going to be corrupt on UFO stuff, right? And weapons and all that sort of stuff. Be lying what they're up to. And there's also those extreme religious people in government too, which wants to force their opinion on people. That UFOs and aliens are actually demons nonsense, right? And I've been studying this on my own and my own experiences and trying to connect all the dots. And I still think it's multiverse, rather than aliens coming to visit us from afar. I think it's a bit more complex than that, from my own experiences and things just popping into view and then disappearing again, which has got to be interdimensional, or somehow they're transmitting some image into your brain which no one else can see, which we know they can do it with science now, but whether they can do it wirelessly I don't know, but they certainly can do it with a headset. So we'll keep our eye on that, we'll keep studying that stuff and researching stuff and bringing you the best bits that I find. But remember that one I did on whether you can brainwash someone to kill? That was my most heavily censored episode on Google. Pretty much, even the clips I had, a couple of minute clips I played from various shows, Darren Brown, also a documentary from ABC, I think it was, all got censored. And they censor it in a way that they can actually disable it being watched in all countries. I literally had, was it a Discovery Channel did one on a copyright claim on me, said that you can have it, but it's going to be censored in all countries, so no one could watch it. I thought it was hilarious. So I had to go back and re-edit that particular episode and gradually destroy it in the process, I guess. I had to overlay some shimmering ghosting on it so it couldn't get detected. So I kept re-uploading. It's been uploaded about 3 times or 4 times now. But if I upload the original, I think I uploaded the original to other alt media, and so far hasn't been targeted. It's only on Google. You might be able to find it still, but I think it might be damaged on Google now a wee bit. But it's mostly there. And it's probably old technology there. Was it Hangouts I was using to record streams back then instead of using Minicam, what I'm using now? Let's see, it was called Mind Control something. Remember, people said that you can't make people kill against their will. Well, these programs prove that's not the case, which is really scary. So that means the person that killed JFK could have been a mind control, right? So here we go. Is this the one? Sort of changed track at the moment, but part 5, no, that's not it, not that one, although that's a good one to watch. Shows how optical illusions and how I can implant things in your head while you're watching the episode, and at the end you'll wonder what I did. So if you're not seeing the Jedi Mind Tricks episode, I guess you should have a watch of it. See if you can actually see Jesus Christ appear in front of you. This is how people can be brainwashed. Simply just staring at a painting on the wall, which has got encoded information, will actually your brain will unscramble it if you do it correctly. Of course, it's very interesting stuff. Jedi Mind Trick. Again, this relates to UFO sightings and how we can see things and think it's real, but it's not actually there. Like apparitions, this apparition I saw of the tall white, the third one, which was half visible, a beautiful blonde girl. She was solid, semi-transparent, on the top half, and totally transparent at the bottom half. And Dad didn't even see her, and I was just making sure I was going to blink to see what would happen. And this thing looked 3-dimensional, right? She turned around and walked back out, and that was after Dad walked through her. She was right near the table, and he come over to open up the curtains, and he walked straight through her. And yeah, I've never forgotten that. That was like a wow moment. I thought, if someone's mucking around with me, some sort of black ops experiments, how could they do that? And I knew they could do that with EMF and electromagnetic waves, but how could they make it so that it only targets me and not my dad? And I don't think the dog saw her either, but she actually stood and looked out the window. It was just like a slow motion movie. I wish you could capture it on camera. I think this one you couldn't capture on camera. The other two maybe, because they were solid. They sort of showed up in the doorway in solid form. The other one disappeared when I blinked, and the other one vanished. I saw him vanish. He simply just faded very quickly away when someone was coming around the hallway. So they all happened at different times and also different ways, but they always come through the same door. So and also where I'm sitting, I found out it's got higher background radiation, which is kind of interesting, and I just wonder if that's related to it. So I might have to go around with my radiation detector that now I've bought and actually document it on video and try and bring it to you on some future episodes. So I'm still collecting information, right? So if something was Black Ops, was coming here for some reason to try and shut me up on UFO channel, how they could be trying to make me go crazy, how would they do it? Would it leave some trace behind, like some radiation or high EMFs in the house? Like, have they got some sort of house over the road where they've got something pointed at me all the time? So this bedroom's always doused in radiation, and actually makes me sick. So everything could be linked, right? You can see my thinking on that. You'd have to watch all my shows to understand what I'm talking about, but if you go back to my summary one of the stuff I've been documentary, episode 60, was it? Chat with Paul 60? Or was it 61? I can't remember now. Best go and check it out. So yeah, Journey into the Fourth Dimension, that was quite a good one too. Part 1, Part 2. Where's the one about mind control? Maybe it's disappeared. So far I'm not seeing it. Oh, here we go. Mind control, re-edit 3 to rid copyright and country blocks. So this one here, and I think I look at it now and I think, oh, I could do that even a lot better now, but I can't use those video clips to make it better because I'll just get flung with copyright claims. They don't want people to know about it. It's really strange. So I'll post that one down the side here. Like I said, I cover a lot of strange topics, and it's all sort of interconnecting. Mind control. That was censored, really heavy, censored 3 times. I'd fix it, and then it would come back with another censor for something else in the video. It's just crazy. It was really crazy. Yeah, so what was my last one? I probably should catch up with a side chat. Like I said, there's a lot to go over today. So what was the alien one again? Was it 60? My alien visits. Which one's that? 63. Okay. So, if you're not here seeing my evidence that I've been collecting, not just talking about things, but actually trying to prove things, unlike other people. Okay. Mike, I know it's pretty late for you guys. I'm trying to go through it as fast as I can, But really, I'll just have to keep recycling back to my old stuff because a lot of it's good. So I'm still not sure if it's 100% aliens still, and all black ops. And they don't want me talking about the stuff for some reason, I don't know. But something's certainly happening. And my health has only been getting worse. And, you hear a lot of people in the abduction field that have a lot of health problems after claiming to have been visited. So maybe that's what's happening to me as well. I think Kevin Day's been quite sick too, hasn't he? And didn't he say he had some visits? Yeah, you hear about a lot of stuff that happens after. I haven't been up to date with it all. Normally I had special guests on, like Robert Farmer, to do that side of it. But we always end up having a fight because I have a strong opinion of things, right? And so does he, and we always end up fighting. But that's alright because we're still friends. As long as we can have common ground, as I call it, in everything in life. Politics. I think generally everybody has a decent side of them, right? And I think there's only a small percentage of people that have this really bad evil side to them. And I think in 6 years I've sort of learnt a lot and grown a lot, and I've become less skeptical about aliens and UFOs. But still, it's complicated. And until we can have government come out and say, well, these are the craft what we got, and yes, we've got now anti-gravity, but we've kept it from you. We can't go the extra leap and say, where did you get it from? Was it from aliens? Did you stumble across it from Townsend Brown research or Tesla research? And sort of maybe not one person, but all the different ideas out there led to a final working device. Who knows? Humans are quite clever. I think we underestimate humans and what they can figure out in science. But we certainly have improved over 2,000 years, right? People live longer, and mostly we're fed well, and we don't have to. Everybody doesn't have to go out and farm and go hunting anymore. Some of us do other things, invent things, make life better, blah blah blah. Anyway, getting back to, did I post that one? Yeah, okay, posted that one. So, what have we got left? GUFON, we finished with. Oh yeah, no, we haven't quite finished with GUFON yet. So yeah, I'm not woke, but I do have gay friends. So I'm not sort of a hypocrite by any means, and having gay friends, I understand them a lot more in the process. Before I started my channel, I didn't have gay friends, and I didn't even have gay bosses. But the world has changed in that short time. And people, maybe I did have gay bosses, but they were in the closet, right? So now I understand a wee bit more about gay people and a bit more understanding, and I can see how the brain could get formed in the mother and somehow get mixed up with the gender, right? Gender identity. That kind of makes sense to me, because our brain is what we are, right? So if it gets the wrong hormones at the wrong time as it's growing, you don't get the male genitals, right? Apparently everybody's born a female, and the right hormones given at the right time, I believe, turns them into a male. Complicated, isn't it? And if we're products of DNA from aliens, then What are they? Are they male, female, or neither? So yeah, lots of questions, not answers. Why would they seed the planet and use this like an experiment as well? I suppose it'd be like us using rats and monkeys, right? You want to infect them on an isolated location, like an island, in this case a planet, and see how it develops over hundreds of years, whether they build up natural immunity, and then go and kidnap a few people, take their blood, and try and extract their immunity, and then use it on their own race. There's all sorts of theories that you can come up with, and fantastic stories, right? You don't have to be a Corey Good and blue chickens, of course. So we'll get to Lue stuff eventually. But yeah, he's talking about being woke here, and yeah, I don't like, as I explained, I don't like seeing sexual scenes of men kissing on TV shows. I'd rather have a really good script, a good sci-fi that has a really good script, and you don't need all that sort of stuff in it anyway. And I think that's what's happened with Netflix and stuff. People they're too much in your face now, right? They're saying that black men and white women couples is like the normal on these TV shows, when it's not. Not in their country anyway. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in the world at the moment with that wokeness stuff. But yeah, even GUFON's trying to say I am Biden lover. Again, he's saying I'm a Biden lover, and that's far from the truth. I would never ever love Biden. The guy's an idiot. That's why you won't say it, because you know you love Trump. Okay, I think I did read that out. Fake friends. So yeah, that one's done with now. What a dickhead that guy is. He really is. I'm sure he's trying to get under my skin all the time for a reason. I don't know what though. Okay, we're done with that drama side of things. That's the stuff on Lue that's coming up. Let's do Secureteam. Let's get 2 UFO videos. And then we'll have a look at third phase, and then quickly drop onto Lue. So let's do it. So this one coming out here. Let me know if the audio is corrupted or anything strange happens. Oh, it's loud, that skin. It's loud with my headset. Okay, so what do you think this one is, guys? Check the side chat now. Okay, so see if you can spot red flags with it.
Hey, what's up guys? Tyler here with Secureteam. So, wanted to post this quick video. I know you're probably shocked and appalled that I'm posting.
Yeah, wish you wouldn't though.
Another video right after I just posted the one yesterday. So if you haven't seen that one, go and check it out. I'll put the link.
The other one was complete garbage, wasn't it? But yeah, we won't go over that one
down below, as well as the end of the video. But I was checking my Gmail, and I got this email with the subject title reading, quote, "Heads up, hey Tyler, peep this."
Okay, so who did you get that from? I don't see that name very often. Okay.
This before it's gone. He goes on to say, might be some of the most compelling UFO footage ever. Get it while it's still on Reddit.
Compelling UFO footage. This is the mentality we're dealing with ufology, and once they explain it to you, you'll think, this guy's a complete idiot.
So I head over to the link here, as you guys are seeing, and there's this video, and it's simply titled Major Video Evidence. And we'll get into the background of this here in a minute. I'm still on the fence because I'm just seeing it, and I wanted to get it up here for you.
You wanted to get up as fast as possible. Where have you heard that from? Blake Cousins on Third Phase. So put it up, not do any analysis on it, and just call it a UFO, or we'll leave it up to you folks.
You guys to check out. So
but you can see he's already baited it, right? He's already read out that message saying it's the best UFO evidence this guy's seen, or whatever.
We'll go into that background info in just a second, but here is that clip that seems to have been posted.
And you can see there's a lot of comments on Reddit there, and some of those are going to be really correct. He ain't going to read out those ones.
Originally to TikTok.
It wasn't actually originally to TikTok. I actually did some research on it and actually read some of the comments on Reddit, which he clearly didn't. Reddit's just one place that's got regurgitated because it's like the worst UFO frauds ever on TikTok with their 1-minute videos now. So let me know if you think this is a real video, CGI, or what it could be, and I'll go over it and I'll tell you what I think it is. And one of the strange things on this video so far. Alright, so let's break it down. So the guy's got a high quality TV camera. Obviously he can see stuff in the sky better than a smartphone. But he's using a smartphone to record the high quality camera of something in the sky there, which you can't see with a smartphone. So that's what we're seeing first of all. So when you think that was kind of strange, when you know this thing here probably can be connected to an external recorder and record what's on the screen, and that can be then converted from DVR, whatever it's called, DVD, to a normal MP4 file, right? So why would you be using a smartphone, which is a low quality camera, to film one that can obviously see something in the sky? The other one is the sound. Did you notice anything strange with the sound? We'll play it a few times. We'll find the original and we'll play the original, I think.
Okay, so my initial impression was, wow, you know what I mean? That if that is legit footage of...
my impression wasn't certainly well. I thought, what's this shite? It's my first impression, and let's break it down. But yeah, Tyler thinks it's wow.
Some sort of alien craft, off-world craft, you know.
Okay, straight away he's going down straight away UFO alien craft, right? This is what's wrong with ufology. You should always be in the middle and follow the facts from what you're seeing. Don't let people implant ideas into your head like this guy's doing.
A secret government craft, because, you know, we really don't know a lot of...
Okay, so he's gone from aliens now to a secret government craft. So he's putting a opt-out there. If he turns out to be debunked that it's alien craft, it could be still Black Ops. You just have to go back and listen to how he's sort of wording things and scripting things to implant this stuff in your head. This is what I was talking about before, about mind control. And he's using mind control on all his fans here.
Out of the time. And we see the video starts out, it's nighttime.
Okay, you can see here, it doesn't actually look like nighttime to me. It looks like maybe early in the morning, or if we listen to the audio, almost sounds like dinner time. It almost sounds like the sun setting.
Time, this guy has a very high-powered telephoto lens slash video camera aimed up at the sky. You know, and it reminds me of my Nikon P1000. I'm not sure what camera this is yet. Like I said, I'm just now seeing this and pretty much reviewing it with you guys as I look at it. But he's got it pointed at the sky, and I don't know why, but it's filmed once again secondhand off of the...
Yeah, so I pointed that out initially. So can we actually see it on a smartphone at all? Because normally that overexposes things. Alright. And whereabouts is it in the regional sky there? I can't see it, but it might be there. You might have the wrong camera settings, right? And you can see it's not even in focus. When he aims it at the sky, it's still picking up something closer to him on the autofocus. See the roof line, or the camera, is it? I think it's the roof line there, isn't it?
The camera screen. And so I don't know if there's the actual footage of this, the actual original.
Okay, so the original Reddit post actually has a link and a comment to the original. So it looks to me like he edited this over a couple of days or something.
File taken
Okay, you can see here it's focusing on this.
From the camera that's been uploaded, but it's strange to...
But you can see the angle of this one. Is this angled up higher than what he's shown with the other camera?
Me that this was posted to Reddit
or is it lower than the other camera's looking at?
Of a cell phone recording.
So all these things you got to go through.
The LCD screen on this DSLR camera or whatever.
Okay, you can see that object was going up and down, and the camera is obviously on a tripod here, so that means the object was moving in the sky.
It is mirrorless.
So also the movement is a key factor in this video too. So we're looking for signatures when we break down a UFO video. Hello Gabba, how's it going? Trust no one, how's it going? Yeah, I'll catch up on the psych. We'll catch up on the psych comment. I'm not sure if Mike's still around. I know he's getting tired. People like to watch my stuff back after, because sometimes I can drag it out a bit. So yeah, it's all good. Good to join us, Gabba. Tyler from Secureteam. Yes, we're going over this video here. So not sure if they've come back from shopping. Probably they've got some hot lunch for me, but I won't be able to eat it because I'm doing a show.
Why not just post the actual footage?
Okay, you can see this thing whizzing around on the screen, so obviously it's not the camera movement there. So the object's definitely moving.
But I...
So we're seeing it go up there and then there.
Get that maybe the person is just wanting to...
And then it comes back around here and goes up there. So it moves around. Originally you had it centered, and then this thing went up, around, below, and then up again. What sort of moves like that? And keep that in your mind. So we're obviously looking at something real on the screen.
To show context, to show that it isn't fake, and that, hey, here I am, here's my camera set up on the
No, it's not fake, but it's being faked, I think. We'll just
tripod, and here is the UFO in the viewfinder here that is being recorded. So I totally get that angle as well.
Yeah, just look at this with the pattern, the black and grey pattern. Where have you seen that before? Does it trigger any memories of my past live shows? Anyone got an idea what it's going to be? hoax master. Yeah, but he's using other people's hoaxes now, though. It's a lot easier than making your own ones, I guess. I'm watching a movie, new Lord of the Rings series. Yeah, it's okay so far. It's a wee bit, caused a bit of wokeness debate, because they're putting, mixed couples, like the Africans and blacks and Asians into Lord of the Rings, where there's not meant to be people like that in that particular race, and it's causing a bit of argument. Because for sake of wokeness, right? Even if the actors are really good, a lot of people are purists when it comes to Star Wars and, fantasy. They want it to be as close to the original books as possible. It's causing a bit of argument. But yeah, it was okay. But they're saying that the men are weak and the women are powerful in the series, which I think is the case so far myself. It's always now, if you have a look at all the latest TV shows, that are the dominant woman in it, right? Which is a good thing sometimes, but not all the time, you know what I mean? It sort of gets a bit old. Because we know the women are weaker, right? Unless they do lots of bodybuilding. Anyway, we won't get into that. Mumaha, yeah. I just dropped in to say good day. Okay. Well, you'll probably watch it later. I got a few things to go over still. So yeah, what's it look like so far? Anyone out there want to guess what they think it might be? Give you a clue. Sometimes it attaches to a string and sometimes it doesn't. Anyone recognize it? It's going to be one of these. I'm going to type it in for you. Lead kite. Okay, this is what we're looking at. Triangle shaped one. It's just a bit of finding the right one again. We want one with the stripy pattern. And we've got it on the right view. So that means he's probably flying it to the guy that's filming it, probably. He's probably faking it. So here's one that's straight on, but we want the one that's sort of angled, with the wind. And it might be a bit tricky to find one that matches. This is strictly underneath it, but if that was further away, it gives you an idea. Something closer to this one here. But we want one that's got the pattern going this way. Getting closer. If that was flying in the sky, we want one with the pattern, the right pattern though. I've come across it before. Here's one that's really getting closer to it. We have the pattern top and bottom. You can see the angle here and that one. So I'm not sure if we can narrow the search down or not. We want black and grey stripes. It's getting closer. That's the right material. See what I mean? It doesn't take too much brain to work it out, right? This one here has obviously got 109 times zoom, so I think that's the key that why we're not seeing it on the smartphone one. It's just going to be like a little dot in the sky. that the sensor's not picking up. 109 times is quite a fair distance above the house there. So it's looking at one of these high-spec cameras, like he was saying, so Tyler is correct. To get 100 times zoom, you're looking at a Nikon with a telephoto lens, right? But yeah, looks like a bright LED LED here, and we got grey and black stripes, just like this one here. So we still haven't got the right pattern. And you can see here, this one's got lights that you can customize. So it's probably this kite here with the right pattern and the light sequence. Here's another one. You can see they're quite big as well. But yeah, finding the exact match can be a bit of a trick on using Google. Here's one, it's got the black and grey stripes, but it's going the wrong way. But it's close, you know. It's got some stripes coming down that way. And it's got the black and grey. So if you carried that on, if you carried that one on with the full black and white grey, we'd have a exact match, I think. And I have seen it before, but damn if I can find it now. That's always the case when you come across a new video and you say, oh yeah, I've seen that one before. So my pattern matching brain has pinned it straight away. But finding the image for you is another thing. So of course, Google search is not going to be good enough to refine it down to pin it straight away for us. And of course, the images may have disappeared since I last looked, right? And the key might be not to put lead in front here and put triangle or something like that. Triangle kite. And we can just find the right colour pattern and then put some LEDs on it. So there's a rainbow one. That one's getting closer with the stripes, but the wrong colours. Another one that's getting close to it. You know, if you just angle that downwards a wee bit down this way, we get this effect here. And the LED at the very end. And you can see there's all sorts of different colours and striping effects that people do. And they're quite big. They can be like 4 men in size, some of these triangle ones. But I think you understand what I'm saying. So I think it's a kite. 100 times zoom explains why we're not seeing it on the smartphone. So it's definitely a legit video, but someone's faking it with an LED kite.
And just from my basic, eyeballing of the footage and the object in question, within my decades worth of experience doing,
See how it's moving there? That's typical of a kite that's done by 3 strings, right? You're not going to see the fishing line. It's very hard to pick that up on HD, let alone anything else at night time.
Hardcore analysis of UFO footage on YouTube.
But there are ones like this, which are remote controlled as well. So you could put triangle kite here, RC, and there's ones that have propellers on it, where you don't need to have string. And these are some of the ones here. All different designs, triangles. And they have little motors on them. There's a picture of the motor that they can strap on the kite and fly it around like a bird, like these ones here flying around without strings. So that one's got 2 motors on it, and that one's got one underneath, I think. Here we go. It's got it on top so you can't see it. Okay. So that's another possibility, but I think this one's on string because it's moving around just like a kite would if you were pulling on the strings and it was dipping and turning, which UFOs don't have to do, right?
YouTube. I mean, I've seen every shape and type.
See how it's sort of leaning as it's moving slightly with the air current
Of UFO one can imagine. And this is a...
So we're looking at a scene here that he's 109 times zoomed it, and it's going to only be a pin of light in the sky of that, and I don't see it. So the camera's not picking it up. Again, it depends on what settings he's got on the smartphone. And you can see here it's definitely late in the evening, and if you listen to the audio track again on this one, sounds like he's filming through a window as well. See here? It looks like a shadow, like a reflection. So we've got that also. And why is it filming it through a window? Because maybe he doesn't want his camera outside, I don't know. Or maybe it needs external power or something. But it's definitely going through a window as well. But the window's not part of the hoax. I don't think.
A strange one, you know, I'll be the first to say it. It's nothing that...
So he thinks it's strange, and I've just broken it down bit by bit for you guys. But yeah, if he's actually posted the link to Reddit. I think I might have it here actually. I think I had, but I may have deleted it. He's actually got the link here, but we'll use that so people can see it's the same. We used to have it here. What's happened to it? Has he deleted it? Oh no, Reddit source, here we go. He's added some more crap at the front there for selling Merc and all that. So we'll open that in a new tab. Actually, I do have that one open. There it is there. So it's the same one. UFOs, major video evidence. Okay, it's the same one. So I did actually have it, but actually I haven't got the video from the page up. If you go down through the comments, a couple of people have picked up that it's actually a kite, LED kite, in the comments. So let's just go through the comments on that video. So listen to Secureteam, BS it. Your post was removed for not including submission statement. Meaning post text or comment with it. And that's a bot. This bot replies will not receive responses. We have finally seen unexplained UFO videos, and they will be in portrait mode recorded with TikTok. So I think that guy's being funny. With that one song all like, oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. Then promptly removed by modbots. This is probably the truth. I know, right? If me did you have a professional camera there capable of recording bingo high resolution uncompressed footage through a wide aperture, and they choose to do the boomer move and recording a screen with a handheld smartphone. Absolute madness. Yes. That is a red flag. Unless you include the original source with the original footage of him filming the sky with a smartphone. So you can see how the eyes would probably see nothing there. But the camera does, because it's on 109 times. And it's a black and grey kite. So yeah, just a matter of setting the right settings on your camera and it goes invisible. Your eyes probably would see it, probably the camera wouldn't. I mean, it's gonna go viral somehow. Yeah, exactly. It's all about money and clicks, right? Looks strangely familiar to the spaceship in Metroid, so they're saying it's probably CGI based on a game. I was thinking Star Fox 64. I don't think it's CGI by any means. I think it's a legit video, and it hasn't been edited with CGI. Because you could actually film back of the display, right, and edit in. But you can see it's crossing grid lines there. I haven't seen any motion tracking errors in it, just watching it then. So I don't think it is CGI of a game, but we can't rule it out completely, of course. CGI people are getting better and better at things. Major video evidence, Meteoroid gameplay. So I'm not sure what that is, so let's have a look, see what they're talking about. If I can get it. See me typing it. Mike might know this. I think he plays a few games, don't you? And Gabba TV, I think he's gone again. He plays a few games. Right. It looks a bit like Space Invaders. So where's this ship they're talking about in it? So, I didn't see on the snapshot there. Talks a lot about the game though, doesn't it? Wow, that's a lot. But no images. Damn it. What's going on here? Alright. I need to go up. Okay. Anyone there they're talking about? Can't see the ship, so I don't know. This is kind of strange that they didn't post an image of it in the Reddit post. If they're going to attack it and say it's part of a game, they should at least post the image that they reference in. So to me, I just call that BS then. Definitely the images that match what that was on the screen. I'm going through a lot of images now. So far I haven't seen one. So here we go. Was that one? Yeah, no. Sort of similar shape, but no, not even close match, is it? So back to the Reddits. Looks like a Cylon Raider from the original Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, it does kind of look like a Cylon ship, doesn't it? But it's not. Aiming craft from Independence Day. No. Speeder from Battle of Hoth. No. So keep on going. For anyone caring or would like to know, I think it means Kieran. The guy who shot the video is this guy, photographic Carlos Franco. Okay, so we got a picture of the guy that filmed it. So that's why you got to keep reading, because sometimes you get some crap and then you get. Okay, what's all that? Oh, here we go. So that's the guy that filmed it. Looks like he's got some good camera gear there. And looks like he does some good pictures, doesn't he? So why did he shoot it with a smartphone? So if that's some of the pictures he's taken, he obviously knows what he's doing. Ah, right. There's the thing that looks like a kite, but it's actually a tent, is it? You see, I reckon maybe he faked it. Maybe he was hoping to get some money from it, or kudos of some kind. Really good pictures. I like it. Like time ones. So he knows about camera lighting, you see. So why would he film? And you can see no stars. So obviously he knows about camera lighting and shutter speeds. He knows how to hide things in the sky. So I think he hoaxed it. There's the tent. Be funny if he's got a picture of the kite that we're after. What's that one there? Waterfall. He's got a lot of pictures. More tents that look like kites. That's it. Okay. That was good look. Oh no, still got more coming. He's a busy guy. He probably sells them. That's how he makes a living. Postcards and stuff, right? What's this bullshit coming up? Okay, what's the next bit? The video was recorded in Bogota, Colombia. Here's Kylo in a photo interview explaining what he saw, record, and why he used a cell phone to record it. So someone's done some research on it, unlike Tyler. This also showing the footage. Although Tyler had access to the same Reddit post, this would have been on that list he scrolled through very quickly. So summary, the camera in use is a power shot, so we never got details on the camera. Which I don't think we really need to worry about too much, because I think, I think I've solved it for you anyway. But if you ever listen to the audio on that video, you can also hear it sounds like it's behind glass. And you got the echo of people sound like they're eating food or in a restaurant. And I think he's probably taken that camera to a restaurant to do some work, maybe, and take some photographs and for flyers or whatever for the restaurant probably. And maybe saw the kite up in the sky. Maybe he's not behind the flying kite, but didn't know what it was. So it's a possibility he wasn't hoaxing it. I'm just saying, generally, people hoax it. But with that fact that it's behind a window, it sounds like it's in a restaurant. Why would he be filming through a window? Because maybe he's higher up or something, or needed the power source. Explain the order to get a clearer, bright recording since the camera doesn't have a higher ISO by doing just a preview on the LCD screen. Preview made increase the brightness. But if you got the original video right, you can run it through software like I do and brighten it. So that's just a bunch of BS there. So maybe he is part of the hoaxing of it as well. Maybe in that case that he did get someone to fly the kite while he was in the restaurant to be able to film it, so he can claim that he was actually on a job when he filmed it, right? And sell it to Jamie, and I mean Hamey, Amazon, and make some money. Or newspapers. Have a better look at the object. He decided to record the preview. I guess though, if you're on site and he must have seen it with his eyes then, because it doesn't actually say here. I could see maybe he wanted to record it off the screen then and then, but also get the original video and then enhance it as well. So yeah, his story doesn't quite match up, if that's the case. I'm not sure if we can play it or not. Let's have a look. Like I said, we shouldn't spend too much time on this one because it's fairly obvious what it is, as far as I'm concerned. Okay, so it looks like it's going to be in Spanish, right? Colombia, wasn't it? South America.
Amigos, os dije que...
Yeah, it's quite loud on my headset. I'm not sure how loud it is. I might just turn that down a wee bit again. There we go. We probably don't need to hear them.
conseguiría las grabaciones originales de la nave.
Okay, so you can see here the unbrightened version does very much look like a kite in the way it's moving.
Sobre Colombia. He tenido que
See, and we didn't see that before.
colores
Let's just go back and watch that again.
Amigos, os dije que os conseguiría las
Yeah, so that's pulsing like a LED light, right? That makes me even more convinced it's a kite and the way it's moving.
grabaciones originales de la nave sobre Colombia. He tenido que corregir colores RGB, ampliar las ganancias, y este es el resultado.
Oh yeah, so now we see the rest of the footage properly. So it wasn't on TikTok. What year was this? It's probably old, is it? Oh no, it's pretty current. August the 28th. So not that long ago. Okay. So that makes it even more likely to be a lead kite because they're very common now. Here we go. Vision. Alright, that's the name of the person. So that's what we're seeing there, and that's what he's seeing with his smartphone. So what's this one filmed through then? See, I'm a wee bit confused. That means he's got 3 cameras. Hang on, what's going on? So you can see here it is a pin of light, unless you zoom in on it. So the other one must have been the zoomed in off the original camera then. Unbrightened, right? So he has got the original video. So this is off the original. And that's where he's got the contrast of the LCD screen way up. That's why we're seeing all this noise here as blue. Right, now it's making sense. So I think that there has put the nail in the coffin. I'll post the link to the Reddit post anyway, so you can have a read through it all yourself. But we don't want to spend too much time on it now. I think it's solved. I bet if we go through the rest of the comments, there'll be a few that will say it's a kite as well. Metroid is a top game. Is it? I don't know. Is that a new game or an old game? It looked like an old-fashioned one. But it may have got updated, right? But yeah, I'll just post a link to that Reddit. So Tyler wanged it up, and as fast as possible, without any of the stuff I've mentioned, and he'll say the debunkers are call it a kite or something else, I betcha, in the video. So we'll keep on listening. He'll try and shame real truthers like me, right? That's exposing them all the time. So he's had 178,000 views, right? Put 4 ads into that. That brings it up to almost 1 million views, and you get 1 cent a view, right? So that works out to $1,000 US. Now, if you get rid of people that have got ad block, so you can generally halve that, because a lot of people don't use ad block on YouTube for some reason. Maybe because they want to support the people they watch. So it's generally half that 1,000. So you would have made a nice $500 just from this re-upload of someone else's footage without permission, because it was on Reddit. Yeah, 12 minutes. So if it's over 10 minutes, you can add 4 ads or more onto it, and that just increases his income of that video. He's living the dream, old Tyler Klotner, and laughing at all these people in the comments, right? So what did they say in the comments of his video? Quickly skim through some of them. The UFO in today's video reminds me of the infamous 2008 Turkey sighting, which I've debunked, guys. It's just a internal camera lens reflection, and that was hoaxed as well by that person that filmed it and conned a lot of people. Even conned me at a time, until I got started reading more and learning more and come across the actual camera parts, and I saw how it was done. Anyone else, and kudos to Nacho for his work in getting the footage out. So now he's trying to suck up to him and post a link to his video there. Okay. Hello, it's a pleasure to see you here again. Is that Tyler's video or the other one? It is Tyler's video. So, what's happened here? Who's this person? That's the person of the video up there, which we just watched. But that wasn't the guy's name that filmed it. So where's Franco in this? You know, he hasn't said thanks to Franco for filming it. None of it. He hasn't. That's just rude. Mothership, Colombia. He hasn't said the guy's name that filmed it. I think that's disgusting. You should say it was filmed by Franco, but there's this other ufologist guy in South America that's getting all the credit and subs. Alright, pleasure to see you here again with everything that has happened to you. What a sucker. He was self-inflicted wounds, mate. Drinking and driving and stuff. And popping pills. Hey Tyler, I follow Nako. There you go. So this is what they wanted. Patrick Francisco. That's not Franco. Keep on going. 3 days ago. Actually glad to see you posting more videos. No, don't encourage him. It looks like a lot like the same craft that was filmed in Turkey. So now he started that BS up. See, these people are none the wiser. They've got to watch my stuff. I'm the only one that's broken it down properly. Hey Tyler, thanks for sharing this very interesting UFO footage. Crazy. It wasn't UFO. It's crazy how the zoom makes the footage one of the most astonishing. 100 times zoom makes it astonishing. Okay. It's exactly the same shape as UFO was filmed off the beach a few years ago. I suppose he's talking about Turkey, is he? Damn croaky voice. I haven't got a drink either, damn it. I forgot. Hey Tyler, I looked up a few pics of the storm rolling. Yeah, who cares? He filmed it on his viewfinder, as the mode he's in is in low frames per second mode. Is better take in lights to brighten up the shots. You have a healthy attitude towards the phenomenon. No, he doesn't. He doesn't even care about it. He just cares about his pocket. This makes so much sense. Dear, oh dear. So you can see he's going to get a few likes on that video, isn't he? Craziest evidence ever. Secureteam. Okay, where's the likes? Why can't I see likes? Must be further down. 13,000. Doesn't sound enough, does it? So people are wising up to use Tyler. 13,000 out of 174. You know, I might not get many people watching me, but at least if I get like 100 views, I get like 12. That's 10%. The 13, no, that's 13 is not even 5%, is it? You know, sometimes it's quality of viewers and the IQ of viewers that makes the difference to a channel, I think. And I think I got some of the brightest people watching me, because that's why you watch me, guys. And that's why you like it, because you know I'm telling you straight from my experience and skills, and I show you why best I can, you know, by bringing up images and talking about it, you know, that sort of stuff. And these guys just don't do that.
Off the top of my head, I could say, okay, this is what, you know, that looks like. You know, it looks like a drone, or it looks like a balloon, or a military flare, or a Chinese lantern. I mean, the object looks like, you know, a saucer, or, you know, because of the angle, we really don't know, but a traditional UFO with, you know, the glowing white circle in the middle, you know, of the bottom of the craft. And the Reddit community in the comments down below.
See, again, what's he do? He laughs. He laughs, just like Blake Cousins when you know they're telling lies.
Below the video, you know,
I just laugh because I think it's funny.
It's definitely heated, which it always is. And I've been seeing this trend lately, whether it's on Reddit or Twitter.
So you can see here why I don't think it is CGI. These crosshairs and the way it was moving. Be lots of editing and masking. Although you can't rule it out 100%.
Or Instagram, it's like people want it both ways or can't have it both ways, where people constantly, and they do it, you know, on the comments of my videos even, scream about wanting some actual high quality or higher quality UFO video than we have seen in the past. But then when it comes, or when it potentially comes, if that's what it is, they then say, well, it's too good to be true, it must be fake. And so in there lies the catch-22. It's like you can't win. But at the
you can win. You start off in the middle and you follow the evidence. We looked at the movement, we looked at the different cameras, how they're being used, what the zoom level was, what the light and ratios were. And it all adds up to kite.
At the same time, I understand that. There's a lot of fakes out there. There's a lot of tomfoolery, to say the least. But let's go down to the comments here, just to kind of show you differing opinions as to the legitimacy of this UFO footage. So we scroll down here, and the first message is from a bot on Reddit. So it's not an actual real person. Reddit has like Discord and other platforms.
Now you'll notice that he skips the main ones. And where people are talking about it being a kite.
Forms these automated bots, and they'll delete your video or remove your post instantly because it didn't include a submission statement or enough information that provided context.
Obviously it didn't remove it though, because it's still a Reddit post. So the guy come back and edited and put a single line underneath. Was it? What did he put? Go straight to the top again. So obviously he come back and edited it again and stuck something on it. Here we go. Possibly the best footage ever taken. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, so obviously it didn't get deleted because he come back and edited it.
For the footage or the post, but somehow the video is still here. One of the very next comments, which was easily forecast, a guy who says, quote, "When we finally see unexplained UFO videos, they'll be in portrait mode recorded on TikTok." One user says, "This is probably the truth." Another person states the fact that the video was promptly removed by the Reddit bot. And we have a lot of commenters talking about the way in which this footage was shot. One saying, quote, "You have a professional camera there capable of recording high-resolution, uncompressed footage through a wide aperture, and they
Already been through all that.
choose to do the boomer move of recording a screen with a handheld smartphone. Absolute madness," which, you know, I kind of agree with.
Yep. We all agree
You know,
with.
I touched on at the beginning of this video. Another one said, which I also agreed with, "It makes a ton of sense to do what he did. It's a wide shot to give us context to the super zoom shot. Now I..."
Yes, I think all people should record themselves recording it. And I've always said that, and that he should have had a tripod of him actually in the shot, recording it for extra evidence, right? If you're going to document a UFO sighting. So yeah, that's a good thing that he did that. But he also, if you had a look at the video, he did include the original video, which is a darker version, alright?
I want the raw footage of the zoom shot, and I think we all do. But another poster says, quote,
Because it's there on the video, obviously.
"Oh, this was shot by a professional photographer named Carlos Franco." Now, that name doesn't ring a bell to me. He says the video was recorded in Bogota,
So why hasn't he given them credit in the description and the comments then?
Colombia, early August, and sent to a ufologist or a UFO researcher
Hey,
who is
Jesper,
a,
how's it
quote,
going?
Spanish influencer named Nacho, to be posted in his YouTube channel, and there's a link here. However, in going over
Glad you can
to
join
this
us.
YouTube video that was posted on August 23rd and currently has 73,000 views, the guy who runs this channel, which I've never seen, he's...
Was that the same video? Because that looked like it had that LED light shining on some sort of cover in there, didn't it?
It appears that he's just reviewing the same footage recorded secondhand. I don't see the actual raw video, which would
Okay, so that's the other guy in the comments, isn't it? He's talking about here.
kind of make that YouTube video pointless because he's just reviewing what we are right now. So back to Reddit here. Another user says,
Which is all non-English, so he's got like 1 million followers like Tyler has, but in Spain. I mean in South America that talk Spanish.
quote, "There is no camera footage. He's not recording it on an actual..."
Yes, he is. If you look at that video, he did include it. Well, whoever did that ufologist guy claims to be a ufologist.
Actual camera. It would have a red dot. Card access light would be flashing and the time would be going
Yeah, but he also cropped it in the other video, so you wouldn't see that.
down. So this commenter is referencing the fact that on the viewfinder, on the little LCD screen on the back of the camera that he's allegedly recording this UFO from, the user is basically saying that the
flash red light. That's if it's got internal recorder. Doesn't mean it's not coming off other lines here onto a DVR type unit.
camera isn't recording anything, or it's just in standby mode, not recording the UFO.
So I'd probably have to look at the camera type, so that's probably correct. That maybe it's not recording it on internal, but it doesn't mean he hadn't recorded it off by other means.
UFO. I mean, I don't know. I only own a couple of DSLR cameras, mainly my Nikon P1000, and so every screen is different, and, you know, usually there's a red flash.
Yeah, so maybe you can even turn that off, right, so it's not on actually video or actually on the LCD screen to save battery power or whatever.
Flashing dot, which means you're recording. Some of them have time codes moving, and I don't see any of that, but I don't know how the screens or user interfaces...
Yeah, so that would need some extra research there. I'm not going to do it, but that doesn't really matter.
work or look on every camera out there, so I'll leave that up to you guys. What type of...
So he didn't want to do it either, because it takes time, you know, it takes time to look at the camera, make, and try and find the right information, because you don't always find it in the specifications, right, or reviews, right, or other videos of it.
camera is this? And if it's...
He's just lazy. He's the laziest ufologist out there, next to Third Phase of the Moon, right? The two biggest channels are the most laziest people in this field. Ah, Gabba you're back again. Or maybe you just enjoyed what we're doing. G'day. Tyler is more fake than the fake spray on fake spray on tents on third phases of the moon. What they call it? Third fake of the fake or something. What's Cambion's name for a third phase? Third fake of the fake. I think that's what he says. You're after another cult leader. Well, we got a few of them now, really, haven't we? We got Lou, which I'm going to talk about if I get time at the end here, and Tyler's one, and also third phase is really another, right? We got these little cults, and we got Contact in the Desert type cult. We got David Adair cults. They're all over the place. So you got Corey Good cult. And David Wilcox. They call him Cox, don't they? Anyway, he just mocks people at the end here, doesn't he? I think I skimmed through it.
It's not recording. Why? Why would you not be recording this crazy, insane UFO?
Well, he is, though. Obviously.
That seems to be...
Oh, look, there you go. There's the cables coming out. There's the lines out. There. That's how he's recording it. There. We just saw it.
Hovering right in the middle of your viewfinder on the camera, which another Reddit poster brings up how this UFO seems to just stay right within the view of the...
Now, why would he be recording it on the lines out? I don't know. Maybe because he had set up to do, like I said, a commercial at that particular restaurant, because he's filming inside. If you go back to where it plays the sound, you can hear it's inside a restaurant, and he's filming through a window. So maybe that's why he had it set up. Or memory card was full and he couldn't add any more onto it. It's all sorts of possibilities. You'd have to interview the guy.
The camera. But I'm not so sure about that yet. Some people believe it to be a drone. Some people are 100% sure it's a drone, or maybe a kite being lit up.
There you go. You read the comments
out there. And I was just talking to a friend of mine on Twitter about this. It seems like a lot of people in the UFO research game these days have some sort of magical power. I guess I didn't get where they can look at a piece of UFO footage and immediately, quote unquote, debunk it, or immediately.
Well, if you're like me, that actually does research and analyzes videos every day, pretty much, for the last 7 years, you get to learn signatures, same as MUFON investigators do. The ones that go through all the cases, they get used to seeing the same thing over and over again, of various things, from balloons to kites to lead kites, and all that sort of stuff. Planes, of course, and satellites, and International Space Station, and latest one is Starlink, of course, we do have magical insights, because our brains are like supercomputers with pattern recognition. But Tyler, he's too busy being high and drunk with hanging out with hookers, apparently. He likes hookers. He likes going on Tinder dates. So we found out. And getting mugged by 3 black men that stole his car and his PIN number, threatened his life for his PIN number. So they took out all his money in his bank account. Well, maximum limit per day before he got it locked by calling up the bank. Which could have been quite a lot of money, I guess. Harry had it set up, like you could take out $20,000, couldn't you? So, yeah. But he's trying to mock debunkers at the end here. I'm not a debunker, you see. We're not going to call this a kite, even though he didn't read out any of the Reddit posts that was talking about it being a kite.
Somehow know exactly what the object in question is, without having been there in person, without doing any real heavy analysis, and simply by looking at.
You don't need to do heavy analysis on this one, because he's already brightened it and we've already seen all the variations anyway. So he's making excuses. So he's saying that I've got magical powers. He knows I'm the top person on his ass and exposing him.
At it and it's debunked. I've seen this before. It's a drone, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, guys. It's like a magical power that a lot of people, especially on Reddit and Twitter and other social media outlets, seem to have. But, I'm not arrogant enough to say that an object is or isn't a legit...
Yeah, am I arrogant? No, guys. I just follow the facts, right?
alien craft or government craft or a kite or a drone, because I don't know. And that's the whole point of research and me showing you guys.
And that's the bullshit things that fraud channels always give you. I'm no expert. I can't possibly do any research on camera artifacts, you know. I got this guy well and truly pinned, I think. He ain't no match against me. So why doesn't he pop on the side chat and try and defend himself? He's never tried to do that.
So the point is to ask questions and figure it out no matter what it turns out to be. It's not a big deal. Not everything is going to be some super secret alien ship of some kind, but it is intriguing footage. I'll put the link to this Reddit post down.
Unless he puts it up there and he always says, oh yeah, it's the best evidence of a UFO, and then says, oh, but it could be Black Ops, so and they gradually change it. Our third phase do the same thing. They start off saying, wow, is this a meta propulsion craft? And then they sort of break it down. Oh, we don't think it's a kite. We don't think it's a balloon. And they all do the same techniques. It's a bait and switch, or what do you want to call it?
Down below, and you can scroll
Smoky
through the
mirrors.
comments. A lot of the people are leaning towards and posting the phrase, I'm leaning towards the too good to be true. When it comes to this footage, they're questioning why it was filmed the way it was filmed, where's the raw original file, but it was definitely worthy.
Okay, so we've actually done some basic research and see that he did actually have a film, raw footage of it. So okay, let's go back to the audio, and then we can wrap up on that one. Okay, so you can see the echo, you can tell it's inside a building, and if you watch here, there is a reflection. Sounds like it's in a restaurant, I think, or like a food court. You know, you get these big super warehouses now that have all these food places in them, or big windows. And Australia has a few of them. I'm not sure about UK. New Zealand's got a couple of them. We're going to have one built here in where I'm living.
Okay, so my initial impression was, wow, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you listen to him here, wow.
And that, if that is legit footage of some sort of alien craft, off-world craft, a secret government craft, because, we really don't know a lot of the time. And we see the video starts out, it's nighttime, this guy has a very high-powered telephoto lens / video camera aimed up at the sky, and it reminds me...
I just saw it then when he was moving downwards. Remember we were looking for that little dot in the sky?
Very high-powered telephoto.
I just saw it here somewhere.
Lens / video camera aimed up at the sky. And it reminds...
But I can't see it now. It was there just for a few frames.
My initial...
But anyway, I double-clicked. Well, I clicked slowly and it took it as a double-click, which is annoying. Anyway, we're done with Tyler. I think that's what he's got up. Lucky enough. But yeah, it's definitely a lead kite. Just finish off there with how many hours have we done already? When did I start? So better keep an eye on the time, because I can go on forever, as you know, because there's lots to cover all the time. Here we go. 2 hours 20 minutes. Oh, that's not too bad. But I should go and eat something, shouldn't I? So I shouldn't be too long. So he. Hey, Michael, you're back. Oh, you're still laying on the bed or something. I thought you might have nodded off. Research. Research, yes. Pattern matching is the key, alright? You look at enough videos, you can pattern match stuff. So if you go down here, I'm pretty sure if you do Control F and type in kites, we'll find how many? 29 references in that whole post there about it being a kite. So let's see what people are saying. Looked at it on a bigger screen and I'm fairly certain that it's a Delta kite with a LED strobe. Yep, I'm pretty sure too. I'm sure someone who cares more will get better evidence. Yeah. Here's a YouTube video of a LED kite in case folks want to compare. Okay, we don't need to play that. We know what one looks like. Okay, on to next comment. Came here to post the shape of wings is due to being blown by air. LED placement is low to keep the kite stable. Tried looking at for Pacific Colors design like I did. Good one. Research 6 days ago. But there are way too many kite manufacturers out there. Yeah, but I found some that sort of had the right color scheme and stripes. Anyone else feel like the camera is playing a video and just pointing at the star? No, not in this case. We know that's one way they can fake it. Next one. Trying to videotape it. The thing. Well, where's the kite one disappeared to then? Oh, here we go. Someone tell me what this is. If it isn't a kite on a string with a light on it, because that's exactly what it looks like. You know, that's the third person now, isn't it? Here we go. 100% a kite with LEDs on the back. See, there's another one. That's number 4. Number 5, I think I found it. I want to believe it's true, UFO, but I think you're onto something. Here's the kite or something similar. Okay, let's have a look. He's probably found it in that case. And Tyler didn't include it in his video. Right, I already looked at those ones though. But that's not the one, is it? It's got the wrong pattern. We weren't hoping for a pattern. But anyway, that's close, but no cigar. I agree, it looks way too high up to be a kite. No, I wouldn't say that. Height is deceptive, as you know. Plane at 38,000 feet looks like it's low down to the ground, even, you know, low on the horizon when you look from afar on camera. So optics of the camera can be slightly misleading. There we go, kite with a bright LED. So it looks like there's lots and lots of people, you know, 29 of them. So that one's solved. I did post that link to it, didn't I? Yep. Okay, we're finished with that one. So, hopefully you guys agree it's definitely a kite as well. And I went through all the points one by one, why we thought it was a kite, and how he was filming it, and the reasons why he was filming it that way. I might just cover this thing that came out about Lue and the corruption of ufology. And you probably need to read the document, and it's like a book. This is someone that hang part of Lue's group. Jeremy McGowan. Let's see if we can find a picture of him. But he was actually, he talks about how he got on the TV show Unidentified at the beginning. I will quickly sum it up. Let's see if we can find him. Does it say UFO? Yes, he was part of the United States Air Force. He talks about that in the read. That would be him. Oh, here we go. He was the guy working on the world's first mobile UAP tracker. So that's the guy that we've seen in a few documentaries. Let's see if we can get a picture of him. So he's part of the Sky Hub, is it? There he is. Video with sound. Are we allowed to play that on the movie database? Who knows? Probably not. It's got music. So what's that? A documentary? Top secret, looks like it, doesn't it? So we probably can't play that because they're going to get done otherwise. Even if it is a trailer, we can't. A trained observer, investigator, and veteran, a vet of the United States Air Force, he built what Louis Alexander called the world's first mobile UAP tracker. So you can see why they latched onto this guy. Osiris Off-Road Scientific Investigation and Response Informatics System. So they tried to hook it up with some AI to eliminate the human factor of identifying things, by using app software built into it, you know, so it can put in all the flight paths and work out the compass bearings and all that, and take out all the hard work that I do manually into a computerized tool, basically, which is quite clever. But yeah, I like to do mine the cheapy way because it's all I can afford. So yeah, probably working with that guy would actually be fairly good, I reckon. So he's a military guy, and he wrote this big article that's doing the rounds. I'll just close that down again. It's pretty much reads like a book. It talks about all the lies that Lou has been saying to people, and that his wife is a big influence. But basically it starts off talking about his career in the Air Force, and that he wanted to set up, he saw something and he wanted to set up, he saw a UFO and he wanted to set up his own camera system to be able to capture these things in the sky. And then he gets headhunted by Lou Elizondo to come and do an interview and join their group of people, which is consistent of a whole bunch of people. He does tell all the names, including Lou's wife, who is obviously the woman behind the man. She's a big influencer by the sounds of it. She was hassling Lou about not being paid while he was hanging out with this guy, showing off the camera system and testing it out to see if the software worked. And she was bitching that Lou wasn't being paid, and that they needed money to finish off the kitchen updating of the house. So really it's all about money with Lou and his wife. And there's been lots of lies from all those talking heads that are involved with that sort of cult. The CULTofLUE, as we call it, and his right and left hand men, so to speak. So some of the names he read out was Hal Putoff, another good player was Sean Cahill. Let's see if we can help put off. Like, I could read it out, but it'd probably take 3 hours to read it all out. I could read it out with a reader for you. But I think maybe we'll do a update episode. See if we can get Robert Farmer to join us. Because he's, apparently he knew about it 2 months prior. Anyway, this article. Months, he said so. How put off. That's how you spell his name. Let's see if we get a picture of him. Okay, UFOs. No picture of his face. Let's try images. There he is. Different ages. This is the guy that got conned pretty good by Uri Geller and the bend and spoon trick. Okay, so he's one of the UFOLOGY groupies. Who's the other one? Sean Cahill, so spell his name. UFO. See it comes up. So that must be the guy, is it? Sean Cahill. He's the one now that's suing people using his image. Oh no! I just brought up his image on using his icon on his Twitter account of all things. So he's on Fox News. All this is fair use, of course, guys, but these guys can put copyright claims even on fair use stuff and cause you a bit of a headache. It's not really good what these guys are doing. Fade to black. Okay, so who is he? We've got a information. Got a couple. We need information on him. A bio. We want bio. Is that the one? Here we go. Fair use, not copyright, mate. Don't try and sue me. Chief Cahill served in the United States Navy from 1995 to 2015. He was entrusted with critical missions spanning anti-terrorism, anti-piracy, interrogation. Okay, that doesn't sound very good. Investigations. Chief Cahill retired from US Navy, blah blah blah. So that's who he is. Known for unidentified Expedition X. Okay, so obviously he's making a bit of money being on TV news, midnight world news, blah blah blah, unidentified. Okay, so yeah, Lou's hanging out with these guys because they've been ex-military and into UFOs. Okay, I'll just focus on those two. But yeah, this Jeremy, we'll just read out some of it, I think. I might just read out a chapter or two on this, and you can see where it's going to head. I will post it in the side links too. So Lou's been exposed here as, I don't know, a total liar? Total disinformation, something like that. And very strange ideas. You know, mine's a wee bit strange, but mine's based on personal experiences as well as the things disappearing in front of my eyes, which is like a portal, is all I can say. And it does fit in with the multiverse theory that I once had before I had these experiences, right? So I was actually into that research in the beginning. But these guys are saying now, they're talking about remote viewing being a real thing, and they can predict the future, which I'd never ever would say. you could guess the future, but you can't predict the future. They're talking about being at a party. He was talking about being at a party with Lou, and Lou was saying that he was going to say this was going to be in the future, which was total bull crap. It didn't happen. And he knew that Lou was basing his information on some second-hand information and didn't have all the facts about his family. That he didn't know that he had 2 daughters, and Lou was saying that his daughter would be in a top-line university in this article here, which is nonsense, because he already had an older daughter, and Lou was talking about this 9-year-old daughter, blah blah blah. Yeah, it just goes through it in great detail. It's a really, really good read. It's a must-read, guys. You got to read it. You'll see what I mean, and you can see this. Once you've read this article, you can see that UFO, once it's out there, probably will never go on Fox News, unfortunately, but once it's out there and everybody in ufology knows about it, you could say it's game over for ufology from now on, and these talking heads. I think I already cut it, didn't I? I'll try it in the other edge, because that's got the reader. I'll just read out a chunk of it anyway. It's really sad for ufology, but I think maybe it'd be good for me, because people will start to less trust all these talking head shows and actually come to a channel that actually tries to capture evidence and present it to you, and also is a skeptic, at the same time, and debunk stuff, pretty balanced. I know they've updated Edge. I thought I managed to stop that, but looks like it's Edge has been updated. Puts you first. Hopefully it hasn't stuffed up anyway. Let's just keep on going. Like I said, these software always changes. Let's see if we can read out some of it. Let's see, how do we... Why is it going crazy? I thought I fixed this, but obviously it's still back again. Where it expands it to a big crazy size here. Read aloud, here we go.
Jeremy D. McGowan. This is part 3 of a multi-part continuing story of how I ended up searching for the truth about UFOs. Each part details a significant event, which brings me to the present day at the culmination of the final part. I hope you enjoy this trip. Due to a combination of memory loss from PTSD and old age, specific minor details may not be entirely accurate. However, the overall story depicts actual events. Subsequent parts will be published in the forthcoming weeks.
So
a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has a chance to get its pants on. Winston Churchill. If you've not yet read part 1 of this story, I highly suggest you do so.
Yeah.
It can be found here. Let's pick up where I left off in part 2, with the budding friendship between myself and Sean Cahill. As the days and weeks went on, the conversations Sean and I had grew longer and longer and began to take a severe turn for the esoteric and what I refer to as the woo, with high doses of love and light. I was feeling a tremendous amount of whiplash, to the point where I envisioned a mental neck brace might be needed to move forward with things. Sean was, on the one hand, encouraging my efforts to seek answers in the realm of nuts and bolts, while at the same time pushing extremely hard for me to adopt a philosophy of the phenomena being all about consciousness, intent, extra dimensions, and even to accept the idea of the galactic empire. Sean seemed extremely conflicted on a personal level and often questioned himself. On December 18th of 2020, I received a text message from Sean.
So, Lou actually believes in this as well, and Sean Cahill. They're talking about extra dimensions, which is bollocks. I still think it's only one level dimension above. Well, I don't even know if you call it dimension, energy plane. and even accept the idea of galactic empire, which sounds very Star Warsy, Corey Good nonsense, doesn't it? And if Lue and all this is part of their cults promoting this, where's the evidence? They haven't got any. Have they got a video of this galactic empire? Or have they got even a UFO coming through a portal? No. I listen to everything I can on text-to-speech too. Yeah, Edge has got one of the best natural voices. Although I should really pick a man's voice for this one. The female one's pretty good.
Sean. He was saying he would release a how-to video on guided meditation, but he also felt as if he was a tool, a sucker. A fucking foil.
Okay, so you remember these guys attacked Greer for the C5 meditation stuff, and yet they're doing it themselves. So there's a conflict of interest there. It's all or nothing, right? So really, why are they attacking Greer? Because they didn't believe in what he was doing, yet they're doing it themselves. So I think they're just trying to do a money grab as well as disinformation at the same time here.
Foil. I took this to mean he was questioning his role with Lue. I attempted to appease him as best I could and move on from that conversation, but the thought that Sean was starting to question things always stuck in the back of my head, though directly afterward, there was no more visible second-guessing from him. It was as if he had been self-convinced, or someone did it for him before. After this episode, Sean was 100% in. The main issue to me now was that Cahill didn't seem entirely convinced that the general public should even be told the truth about UFOs. Sean began a trip down a road where he appeared to believe that the phenomena were part of a control construct designed to entrap and enslave humanity. He expressed beliefs to me that we are on a prison planet, inside of a nearly infinite loop of constant repeats, until we get it right.
That sounds like Scientologists, doesn't it? That's the same crap they were believing into. That the souls of Earth, you know, are trapped in a prison planet. You may... did I do that one where I reviewed the alien interview guy? I think I did do something many years ago. It sounds like the same old stuff being rehacked for disinformation. This is why ufology is not going to recover, because there's going to be a lot of airheads that's going to believe this crap. And it's further away from the truth than ever. It sounds religious. It sounds like religion has been taken over by this CULTofLUE business.
Right. His commitment to my vision of finding, identifying, and releasing the pure unadulterated truth regarding the phenomena was taking a back seat to what I perceived to be his status in closeness to Lue Elizondo. Sean was, in my opinion, absolutely convinced that everything about the phenomena was a danger, a threat, not just in the aspect of nuts and bolts and laser beams, but that the entities or those responsible for the phenomena were somehow feeding on humanity. He believed that UFOs were in the process of removing...
Okay, so my experience is that the alien greys seem to be the bad dudes. And the tall whites are the ones that showed up later. Because I asked them to. Not show up in night time, not while I'm asleep, but show up when I'm awake, which they did actually do that. Which was pretty much a wow moment each time it happened. I wasn't expecting it, being a really skeptic myself. But yeah, you got to be with the right people and the right mindset for things to happen. I think you can also have a wee bit of compassion as well as critical thinking. I think aliens want that in people. They don't want Maybe the Greys do, but I think maybe all the other races out there in the universe, and they reckon it's going to be a few of them, since every star has a solar system, right? And they reckon something like 10% are in the Goldilocks zone, so it's going to be a lot of other civilizations out there if life always follows Mother Nature's rule of developing on each of these Goldilocks zones. It's going to be following the same pattern, so we're all going to have maybe similar traits, like eyes and limbs, maybe multiple limbs, maybe less limbs, and elephant skin, like a grey has, a lot of people talk about alien greys having elephant type skin, which kind of makes sense, right? Not everyone's going to have human type skin. Some are going to be furry, like Bigfoot. So are Bigfoot aliens, right? So there's all sorts of things where they could come from other planets and be traveling in space for millions of years. Had plenty of time to get very close to Earth and have very fast ships that can travel the length of the solar system that we live in quite quickly. They might be on the outskirts, right? They may be living in underground bases inside moons around planets as well, and they still might be there now. They may be living in our seas right underneath our noses. A lot of evidence suggests that. So, yeah. And what we're seeing inside, listen to everything I can. Yes, okay. What about ultra-terrestrials? I mean, like Jack Valles. Isn't he now part of that Lue cult, though? So can he be even trusted now? I'd have to check. But, yeah, not many in ufology you can trust anymore. But ultra-terrestrials, what's that even mean, right? You know what I mean? Show us a picture of one. Are you saying that an alien grey is a ultra-terrestrial? Well, maybe. What's the meaning of ultra, though? I think it's just a new buzzword, isn't it? No, he avoids the cool kids of the day. I don't know. I have to talk to Robert Farmer. His group are all into this document and known about it for months. And I know all the people that have been corrupted by the Lue influence, I told people they should be careful. Always a bit skeptical that he could be another disinformation agent. Maybe he's a bullshitter, even, Maybe he doesn't even believe in it and just pretend and acting, just like Tyler. It's no wonder he didn't want to come on my show, because I was going to get into multiverses and all that, and I probably would have picked him up on stuff that he was talking about. And I would have said, no, I don't believe that. And he would have lost his way quite quickly. I think he's repeating stuff from people like Good and Contact in the Desert type people. And maybe some of Jack Vallee's stuff, which I believe is wrong. Jack Vallee is sort of right, but not 100% right. It's definitely a dimension involved, but the dimension is used to maybe link the multiverses, and it's not actually multiple dimensions or realms as they call them. They think each planet in a universe is a realm, so I guess that's what they mean, rather than thinking of it as dimensions. Maybe they're mixing it up. I think that's talking about dimensions being realms, and some of the realms are evil, more evil than others. It talks about it in this document here. So you're going to have to read it all. It's probably best to do what I do here with Microsoft Edge. Just queue it up to the first chapter and go through all the chapters and have it read out to you while you listen to it laying in bed or whatever each night. Because it does go on quite a bit. I personally think if you're going to call similar Earth-like planets in each of the universes, which I've talked about in my previous theories that have come from research as well as through dream state. That's about all I can say is that it come to my mind after I woke up. So obviously it come from a dream, or I was thinking about it from a dream state rather than a dream. Then go back to my The Theory of the Universe playlist on this channel. Go and have a look if you're new to the channel here. But anyway, this guy here is a guy that's questioning it all now. He was suckered in, as he called it, in the beginning chapters. But anyway, Jacare is not... I think he's been conned a wee bit too by people. That one where that kid claimed to have walked in South America. I can't remember what it was called now, the movie, but claimed up he walked up a ladder, which obviously, you know, means they got limbs like humans, into a flying saucer and saw them in suits where they had this nose nozzle, air hose, straight to the nose of the front of the suit, so they wouldn't have had much movement with that crazy design for being ultra-terrestrials with super intelligence. I was just caught the kid was making up the whole story. It just didn't make any sense whatsoever. Practically, if you're going to have a suit, you're not going to have a nozzle straight to your nose. Even scuba divers don't have that. They have it off to the side or underneath or in the mouthpiece, right? They don't have it straight to the nose because it's going to get in the way of the vision. And also, if they're carving up meat and cooking it inside the UFO, you're not going to be wearing a suit with a nozzle coming off your nose with a slashy knife, are you? And you're going to cut the suit or cut the nose piece by accident. So yeah, some of the Jacare stuff I think is just a load of bollocks. But anyway, I thought I used to be more favourable towards him, being a scientist, similar to me in computer science and all that sort of stuff. But now I think he's sort of got caught up in it all and sort of lost his way. But anyway, carry on.
Removing people's consciousness from their bodies and replacing it with something different.
Okay, so we're talking about taking out a soul and put it into a body. That sounds like Scientology all over again, doesn't it? It's gone off the rails, alright, Jasper. It's all gone crazy. And this is where it's going to damage ufology beyond reason. Because how many normal people out there that were interested in this through the Navy videos, if they come across this article now, or it's going to be in books, and they're going to pick it up and say, oh yeah, it's all bloody lies again. It's going to set ufology back, you know, and people are not going to take anything seriously ever again. Even though we're only talking about a small percentage of credible cases here and good evidence, that's going to be all lost now for 100 years or more. What's in chronicle order? I forgot. He was very ego-driven, happy to examine anything. There's a lot of egos, yes, in ufology. You know, even I've got a bit of ego. But yeah, you can see here this guy is really hypercritical of it all now, and I don't blame him. He started off believing in the Navy stuff and all that, and he was questioning what he saw. Yeah, but you have to read the whole article anyway. It's quite good.
Different. He was lashing out at the UFO community, calling people fools for not having a clue what kind of control the UFO technology allows. After posting the above tweet and seeing the voting results, Sean became rather agitated at #UFOTwitter, calling people fools for not realizing, in his words, how quickly and easily the tech to cloak and destroy with near impunity, to remove consciousness from a body and change its contents. They
Where's the
want a
proof?
dopamine truth boner even if it makes them slaves again. At
We're
this point,
slaves.
I was still battling severe depression, the depression I spoke about in part 2. I was yearning for a sense of belonging, for a reason to exist, and something to be relevant. I wanted something that would allow me to make my mark. I was easily manipulated and shaped. I found myself riding in a convertible down Wu Avenue where there weren't any ideas presented that were too insane. Everything explained seemed to make sense. Consciousness was the right approach to understanding the phenomena. What did I think this was a nuts and bolts affair? Wu was where the answers were.
Woo-woo.
Something rather striking occurred on December 9, 2020. This was one of those incidents where the information presented to me was so utterly contradictory to everything I believed at the time that it didn't even register with me. Even though I asked for and received that clarification, it went in one ear and out the other. And it shouldn't have. It should have slapped my brain with a giant "stop now, this isn't what you think it is" warning, but instead, I glossed over it and stayed on course. The event went down like this. I was sitting in traffic on my way to work at around 7:45 a.m. on December 9, 2020. The highway was a full-stop parking lot. So my mind began to drift as I watched the guy beside me pick his nose and chain-smoke cigarettes. I reached for my phone and sent Sean a message asking why I, a 49-year-old with a crappy truck, a worse job, and no appreciable skills to speak of, was in the middle of a large-scale project with Lou Elizondo and not someone like Lieutenant Commander David Fravor, the pilot who laid eyes on the Tic Tac during the 2004 Nimitz encounter. Why would Lou invest his time in me and not someone like Fravor? As I said above, the answer I received should have shaken me to the
Forever.
core.
I thought it was favor.
But I think it was so bold, open, and honest that it simply didn't
Favor.
register with me. Sean's answer is my mental poster child for why I now question everything. Sean stated, quite matter-of-factly, that Lieutenant Commander Fravor didn't think the Tic Tac incident was actual. His exact words were that he thought it was fake. I sat for a moment in my car with a gobsmacked look on my face which, luckily for my tint, no one in traffic could see. Finally, I typed up a clarification text and asked, "What do you mean by he knew this was fake?" Sean replied, he thought it was fake or RS, and he was sure. Didn't believe in anything past a black program and acted like he knew better. Pressing for more clarification, I responded with, "So he saw what he saw and he believed it to be US technology, and he propagated a narrative that he himself believed to be false?" Sean replied with the heart emoji, signifying his acceptance of the correctness of my statement. I didn't know what to do with that information. The primary witness of the 2004 Nimitz Tic Tac event believed it to be either fake or US technology, but was out and about pushing the idea of it being a non-human technology. WTF? But as luck would have it, traffic began to move, and I motored my way to the worst job I've ever had and spent the next 8 hours imagining how long it would take my boss to bleed out from being stabbed with toothpicks. I think, at a subconscious level, perhaps, I held on to that statement more than I realized, because if Fravor believed this to be US technology, what the hell was I doing entertaining the ludicrous ideas of a conscious connection and energy density levels with telepathic communications that cause praying mantis to stop and wave? Nothing was making any sense. Perhaps my failure to key in on the idea that Sean, the self-appointed spokesman for Lou Elizondo, would say that Lieutenant Commander Fravor believed the Tic Tac incident to be fake because of the rest of the words in the message Sean sent to me. He unloaded on Fravor, saying things like Fravor was way in over his head, saying that when Fravor did a UFO conference, he went from bashful to boner, and how Sean saw Fravor's ego explode. As if that wasn't enough, Cahill continued to bash Fravor and said that nobody liked him, he did not have a likable personality, and then continued to say that.
Wow.
Fravor's the kind of guy who, if I was still a chief, he's the kind of guy whose ass I would have kicked. He's the kind of commander that I would have berated in front of his commanding officers for stupidity. I was taken aback by Sean's willingness to brutalize Fravor in such a direct way. I'd never seen Sean react with vitriol and hate towards someone, and I believe that it was for this reason that I failed to key in on the idea that Sean felt Fravor thought the Tic Tac incident was fake. Mental whiplash began again.
So, David Fravor, the reader's not saying that name right, but he doesn't believe in the Tic Tac now as being alien technology but ours. That's fair enough, because I already said the same many years ago, and everybody attacked me about it, right? And I said this is how it could be done with model ball, with the vision of it going from 80,000 feet down to 0. Use it drones with radar cloaking, where they can blink off and on. And if they go into a straight line, right, from sea level all the way up to 80,000 feet, would be one of the swarming configurations probably. And if you blinked them off one by one very rapidly on a radar scope, it looked like the same craft was coming straight down, right? Got to remember the David only saw it above the water and then fly off very quickly. So yeah, he said he hadn't seen technology like that, but obviously he was questioning whether it was still our technology. Obviously he got debriefed, right? So obviously in the debriefing it wasn't said whether it was ours or not, else he would have, well maybe it was, maybe that's why he knows it's not alien technology. That's sort of what might be happening there. But yeah, there's a lot of hatred in ufology. You can see the drama even between the different Navy guys here. As Philip has pointed out on the side, there's a lot of drama, but there's also a lot of hate. And you'd think there'd be some common ground though. But I reckon Fravor was told something, obviously in the debriefing now, actually, listening to that quote there. So much drama, yes. I've never heard of this Sean guy before. What, Sean Cahill? Yes, he was on Unidentified, wasn't he? And he was hanging out with Lou Elizondo. But I don't really follow that stuff because everything was related to Navy and government, right? And we know that disinformation can play a big role in this, and also because it's on TV, money, lots of big money to finance their nice flash lives and houses and all that sort of stuff. And my channel is not based on money. It's always been based on following the facts and just bringing it to you like I'm doing now. So, truth wins in the end, always, you know. But yeah, I don't want to keep stopping it, but I will answer what's in the side comments.
Again, and I started to have misgivings about my abandoning hard science in favor of transcendentalism and deep diving into consciousness and phenomena. Especially in light of the fact that the yogi guru of the group.
So where did they get that from? I know Grant Cameron was in the deep end on that kind of shite, and Contact in the Desert definitely were. So, and I think also Dr. Greer was into that shite, as well as Good and all the other ones, right? And I think sounds really religious rather than scientific, like he's saying here, and it's got no balance. Where's the balance?
Group who was practicing meditation and preaching the one brotherhood would blatantly attack someone. I was confused about what I was doing. When I expressed these hesitations to Sean, he told me a story. He began explaining that he had constantly been seeing what he called silver basketballs hovering over and around his house. But then they stopped. In an audio message he sent me over the Signal app, he alluded to the idea that he couldn't see the silver basketballs anymore because he had put his meditation practice down for a more neutral scientific approach. I took this as Sean's way of trying to get me to stay off the science and stay on the woo. This was a red flag. Why would looking at the science be a killer for seeing silver basketballs? Why would Lou not associate with Fravor, especially if Fravor thought it was US technology? It made no sense, but I wasn't yet at the point where I was openly questioning what Sean said, even if he claimed to speak directly for Lou. Time passed on, and this team of misfits got Lou involved directly with the project. Sean promised us access to James Fox, George Knapp, Jacques Vallée, and many other big names in the UFO community. We were all stoked that this was becoming an actual thing. Little did I know it would be the Swamp Thing, and not the thing.
So there's some of the names of this UFO cult.
Thing I had envisioned. But that comes later. The amount of information that was coming my way was simply overwhelming. I was developing insights on people based on what I believed to be accurate and honest assessments from Sean by way of Lou. I remember when Jake Mann asked Sean if Jim Semivan was still in TTSA, to which Sean replied, "He's not taken seriously off record." Sean would continue over the next several weeks, giving us hot takes of Putoff, Semivan, the Bledsoes, Greer, and many others.
Oh, no.
It seemed to me there were two faces to the whole UFO story. There was the public-facing story where everyone is aligned, working for a common goal, and the more personal story where everyone worked from a competing level of interest, ideas, and thoughts, and behind that door of privacy, things were a bit nasty.
Yeah, really.
This even trickled down into the individual personalities inside #UFOTwitter, where Sean would give us insight into people he felt we should avoid. Sean's comments regarding Ryan Sprague being a whiny little bitch. And that Linda Thompson is.
Yeah, but if you're going to tell people to avoid certain people, you've got to give really good reasons why and actually demonstrate why. I think I generally do that. I don't have personal vendettas against anybody, and I think people are not simply black and white, but grey, right? There's always some truth in each person's viewpoints. But this consciousness stuff is a wee bit flaky and out there, right? But doesn't mean there's not a wee bit of truth in it as well. But where's the evidence? We want the evidence of it. You know, you got to prove it. How would you prove consciousness, though? We don't even know what life is, let alone what the universe is. So we got so many questions and hardly any answers. So how are we going to know what aliens are? Are they the gatekeepers of the universe, right? Are they going around just checking on each of the planets so that they're not destroying it? You know, maybe the universe is part of a scientific process or experiment to get an answer to solve a big problem. And humans are messing it up. So they've got to come and sort some of us out. Maybe. You know, good sci-fi movie stuff.
It's LARPing, and as if full-on fake and lures and suckers became normal. In retrospect, it appeared to me that we were being divided from the start and categorized into an elite group. Right around this time, I came up with the name of my vehicle. Sean had been talking rather insistently about the idea that the phenomena is a control structure and spoke about how he believed that the ancient Egyptian god Osiris was alien artificial intelligence used by entities to control humanity. He even went so far as to compare the symbol of Osiris with that of the modern icon for a hard drive or file structure. I was still in the process of eating this up. I didn't mind that there was backdoor vitriol in contravention to the public face people saw. However, I was on the inside and felt I still had a sense of purpose, reason, motivation, and responsibility. I wasn't planning on going anywhere as I felt any concerns could be addressed, clarified, and remedied later, and honestly, I wasn't even fully aware of how ridiculous things were. The documentary project, it was still a documentary at this point, continued. We managed to get the crew, myself, and Sean's travel dates to all converge at Lou Elizondo's house for a week of filming. On January 15th of 2021, Sean flew from CA to Las Vegas, where I picked him up from the airport. He stayed at my house, drank my coffee, went with me to my daughter's jiu-jitsu practice, ate my breakfast, and BSD on my sofa.
What happened there?
The next day, Sean and I would take the Osiris out
that
into
was
the
weird.
desert and field test the Skyhub by flying Sean's DJI drone around the vehicle to test the triggering functions, only to find out that it didn't work. The Skyhub wasn't even triggering on a drone just a few feet from the camera and certainly wasn't triggering on it hundreds of feet away. I was upset, but we decided that the trip to Luz was still on as this was just a pilot/teaser/test video for the documentary, and nothing of evidentiary value was going to be collected anyway, and we could simply fake it with the Skyhub in post-editing. 2 days later, after spending nearly 17 hours in the same vehicle, Sean and I arrived at Lou Elizondo's house in Sheridan, Wyoming. My wife flew in the same day and was transported to Lou's house later that evening by the camera crew. We would spend the next 4 days filming something without a script, any idea of what we were doing, and without written agreements, plans, strategic documents, or guidance. We were winging it from start to finish, and we didn't even have an end goal. I met Lou's wife, Jen. She seemed to be a welcoming and decent person, although it was very apparent, very quickly, that Jen wasn't someone who was sitting idly by. She was very much a part of the process. She is highly opinionated and not afraid to speak her mind. At one point in the days that followed, I vividly remember Jen at her wit's end during a kitchen remodel gone wrong where she unloaded on both Lou and Sean. She was furious that Lou wasn't getting a slice of the financial pie for this contract and that, at a minimum, they, Lou and Sean, should reach out to the CO and get them to at least assign you a yeoman for administrative things. I didn't key in on that at the time, but in retrospect, 2 things now jump out at me. First is the fact that she referenced a contract, and second is the use of the term yeoman, signifying an association with the U.S. Navy. Perhaps this tied into what Lou was about to tell me a day or so before this occurred. Entirely
Now, if you've been following all the drama with the other Lou, UCR, he talked about Richard Butt being Lou's wife. Well, this statement this guy just said, McGowan, sort of confirms that could be the case, that she's using a alias or a fake account to be a guy, and it's actually her that was behind Richard Butt's account. But that's yet to be seen, but that's the current suspicion, and yeah, seems like she's much in the middle of things here. So what are we saying on the side? Like hunting Easter eggs in the grass. Sometimes only pick up the Easter egg, leave the grass. Don't grab it onto any dog poop. Okay. Well, there's certainly a lot of poop at the moment in ufology. Jasper. Yeah. People don't learn. If they were learning, they'd be more sub to me, wouldn't they? Because they want to learn. But yeah, we got to do the bit of UFO drama and the damage that all this is doing as disinformation, as well as the frauds. Tyler from Secureteam, and that's sort of also not as good, not so good either, and Third Phase and all the rest of them that sort of grouping together, talking and being on each other's shows, right?
inconsequential for any part.
You could say I was jealous, but I'm not, because I don't want to be part of that so-called in-crowd of frauds, right? I don't want my reputation tarnished because I go on GUFON's show. Even if I was going to go on there and bitch about him, or actually expose all his lies against me, which would never happen because he won't let you percent it. He would always be cutting you down and getting people on the side chat to attack you. He's doing these live shows at the moment where people can come up and if they hate him, they can start talking about him. But it's not really about hate. It's never been about hate. It's been about lies versus truth and twisting things, you know. And he's just the master of it. And he also has put people against me as well as, and that's not the only person that he's done it to. He's done it to everybody, where he's put people against people that he was friends with. So yeah, there's drama everywhere, but there's also this nastiness in ufology, which is distraction from doing real research, which I'm trying to do, and cameras, and trying to document things, and trying to look at other people's footage and say if it's misidentified, rather than saying it's fake or not a UFO, because some of the footage I have looked at, I have said is definitely unknown, definitely looking like a UFO to me. And it fits all the descriptions and abduction accounts and all that blah blah blah, you know. So I've sort of try and keep balanced and not sort of get led down the garden path. But it sounds like this guy got led down the garden path of this UFO cult group. So we got some GUFON here saying that I'm a beast. Now you wouldn't know what I was, mate, because you ain't seen pictures of me. We don't need that kind of crap here. So this is exactly what I'm talking about, guys. You don't attack the person, you attack their message. So if you don't agree with the message, you attack their message. So calling me a beast is just ridiculous. I might be overweight. And I've explained at the beginning of the show why I am. It's because of my medical conditions. So you're basically attacking a disabled person as far as I'm concerned. And really, you're a disgusting human individual on the side chat. And we don't need anyone like that. I'm the only beast here. A beast. Well, Gabba, go and get him then. You got a spanner. Make sure you block those stupid people, you know. It's probably GUFON with a fake account, you know. He talks about other people having fake accounts. Well, it could be Tyler. It could be a Lou fan, right? We're just covering what's being said here, and obviously it's painting a really bad picture. And I think it's truthful, you know. Sorry? What are you saying sorry for? Right. Doesn't matter. We got enough mods, but not everybody's around. Anyway, we'll just carry on with this article. It's very interesting, I think. If you've heard it or read it yourself, then you don't have to. You can always skim past this when it's finally processed.
Part of this, I found it interesting how Jen stood an apparent 2 to 3 inches taller than Lou. I don't remember if it was Lou, Jen herself, or Sean who mentioned it to me, but apparently, Jen is of Russian descent. The first evening we were all in Wyoming was absolute chaos. The film crew was outside scouting locations and shot placements while Lou, Sean, and I...
So we got a... What is he, ex-CIA? I can't remember now. Lou is married to a Russian. And you hear these stories about military men being spied on by their girlfriends that are Chinese or Russian or Eastern Bloc, right? So it does put some more suspicion on Lou again. Now he's got a Russian wife. So yeah, guys, just keep that in mind as well.
I were on his back porch huddled around the grill, watching Lou cook some dogs and burgers while we all tried to stay warm in the minus 12-degree weather of Wyoming in winter. At this time, Lou looked right at me, glanced at Sean, nodded, and looked back to me and stated, "Boys, I'm going to tell you something." Everyone thinks I left the government. I didn't. That sentence in and of itself should have thrown me for a loop.
Oh,
But as
CPU
it turns
peaked.
out, I was reasonably prepared for it to happen in one form or another. Back on November 29, 2020, I fielded a report from an Army captain who was in the process of witnessing a UFO event near the Indian Point nuclear facility in New York. The individual called me as the event occurred, and I took the report. I notified Lou, who asked if he could have my source's permission to share the report with the new UAPTF task force commander. When I gave the affirmative, Lou replied, "Copy."
Hang on, but on nuclear plants, they would have cameras everywhere, wouldn't they? For security reasons, let alone, trucks parked outside with bombs and all that sort of stuff. So, if there was a UFO, it definitely would have been captured on some sort of camera there, I would say. Or security footage, right? And they've got decent cameras now, as you can see from my cameras. Even though they're like $70 each, and you got greater than 3.5K all the way up to 4K now. So depending on how much money you want to spend on these new Sony sensors in the camera. But yeah, a lot of these ones turned out to be people flying drones around the nuclear plants, like you would expect if you had an internal spy, like a Russian or a Chinese that was using a drone with a camera to film whereabouts the security places are, or where the cameras are mounted around the place. So yeah, that would be like a security thing, and may even made the news, right? TV news. Especially if you had a 50-foot UFO hovering over it. But I think like most of the videos I've seen have been balloons or drones. Someone breaking the law, you know. And also faked, force aspect, force perspective. What's the word I'm looking for? You know, that one in that one that did the tour of all these UFOs flying around the nuclear base was actually because the camera was on a hill looking down at a bay next to the sea. I think it was Japan, wasn't it? It was actually ships going by. So yeah, you got to be aware of. You always got to analyze things, you know. I could see Lou might get sucked in by that because he's not a UFO analyst or expert. He's not a UFO really anything. He sounds like he was a part-time investigator for the UFO section even. I don't think he's really clued up at all. If you look at that UFO Identified TV series, it was calling out of focus balloons and stars UFOs and skydivers UFOs. And they even had a computer AI thing that was getting it all wrong. So he wasn't even putting Mick West. I don't think they even had Mick West on there once. You know, they didn't have any sort of balance on that show whatsoever. And that helicopter one, where they're claiming it was being shot by a UFO, that was just absolutely nonsense. When you look at the full details of that one, which I did cover, but I can't remember everything, how it turned out, but it wasn't a UFO. It looked like an impact damage by a bird on a helicopter, right? Anyway, carry on.
Copy. Under no circumstances can the general public know that the report has been shared with the USG. This is a gentleman's game, and mutual trust is of primary importance. The price of the ticket to play the game is knowing that you will never be able to tell anyone you are helping folks on the inside. I bought this hook, line, and sinker. I felt special that I was so closely involved with some clandestine backdoor effort of the USG that was likely akin to a resurrection of Project Blue Book, and that my silly ass, would be a part of this historical record that would someday come out in some FOIA and be broadcast everywhere. I was feeling pretty proud at that moment. Every piece of information I've gathered since then points to the fact that there was no sharing of that report with the UAPTF commander. I even filed a FOIA and attached the actual report to the FOIA requesting the same report with its chain of custody. Nothing. So, whether Lou lied to me that day, or if there are such loose controls in that version of...
So does that mean there's a bit of a cover-up still in the government and disinformation? That's what it sounds like to me. And they're using credible people to be part of that cover-up again, like Hynek was a scientist for Blue Book. I think this is a new batch of scientists that are being drawn in, and even though they believe or had some experiences in the past, they're going to be used like scapegoats, I reckon. But we'll see how it pads out. I think ufology is certainly damaged, and it's certainly a damaging and amazing article, as Philip had pointed out in the side chat too.
Of the UAPTF that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand does, I don't know. All I know is that now, I feel as if I was played. But that event backed up what Lou told me on his porch, that he never left the USG. Back then, I felt I was inside. I was rubbing elbows with the person I thought would help change the world of secrecy. I was feeling pretty damn high on my horse.
You got
After
Mr.
the burger
Doty,
and dogs,
Lou.
and after the camera crew departed, leaving only myself, my wife, and Sean at Lou's house, I was taken downstairs to Lou's office. This is the room where nearly everyone has seen the back two walls in countless podcast interviews. Lou moved around some military memorabilia, showing me the Barrett he claimed belonged to Saddam Hussein's limo driver. A few photos of Lou in military settings, both in and out of uniform, hung on the wall. But one thing I expected to see in his office was suspiciously missing.
UFOs.
During the 2-day drive from Las Vegas to Wyoming with Sean, we talked about nearly everything, including Freemasonry. I told Sean that I was a third-degree Master Mason and wondered if Lou was.
Oh no.
Sean stated that he believed he was, but couldn't confirm it. So, when the opportunity presented itself in Lou's basement office, I asked him, point blank, if he was a Mason. The terminology I used was if he was a member of the Blue Lodge. A Blue Lodge is a Masonic lodge in which the first 3 degrees are conferred. It is a common term and one that is known by every Mason I've ever met. Simply Googling the term will provide the commonality of its use. The reply I got from Lou would leave me stunned, with every alarm bell sounding, watching and waiting for something else to be wrong. Lou seemed to pause for a moment before answering my Blue Lodge question and replied, "No, but I am a 33-degree Scottish Rite Mason." It will take a moment for me to explain to the non-initiated why his response...
Isn't Lou Mexican? Isn't he down from that way? I've never classed him as Scottish in any sense of the word.
Response gave me the chills. Let's start with the most obvious. It is absolutely impossible to be a 33rd-degree Scottish Rite Mason in any open valley of the Scottish Rite without being also a 3rd-degree Master Mason in good standing at an active and recognized/non-clandestine Blue Lodge. So for Lou to deny being a member of the Blue Lodge but claim to be a 33rd-degree Scottish Rite Mason is, unless he is a member of an unauthorized, unrecognized, and clandestine valley of the Scottish Rite, bullshit. The other reason this bothered me so much is that I am a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason myself.
Oh dear.
As a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason, I am also a lifetime member of the Scottish Rite Research Society. I receive quarterly magazines, bi-quarterly books, and random correspondences and maintain communication with other brothers on a routine basis.
Yeah, we knew Blue Book was like a cover story, don't we? Yeah, he thought it was investigating UFOs, so actually it was to silence each person in turn, wasn't it? As Hynek found out the hard way, that they were... he thought he was documenting it and trying to figure it out when they were actually using it to cover up. Such a good writer. Yeah, he's amazing, isn't it? It should be definitely read out on Fox News instead of having Lou and all the other phony talking heads call Bell on there. That will certainly kick up a storm then, won't it? The rest of the world will hear about it rather than just a few of us on YouTube. Don't researchers read? Well, as a scientist, he's probably been busy with his project, right? So he can. This guy, at least he's out on them and speaking obviously really well. You know, obviously he knows how to write good stuff. I couldn't write stuff like this. Good with the words, and you know, you can always be there in person. He's writing so good you can imagine all these scenarios because he's putting all the details in there. It's just a beautiful read.
Basis.
Except for my CPU.
Not once had I received notification that Lou Elizondo had been bestowed the title of 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason. The 33rd degree is an honorific given to a Scottish Rite Mason as a lifetime achievement award. It is not something that can be sought after, peers can only award it. Becoming a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason takes nothing more than sitting through a few degrees and lectures. Once you're a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason, you have many opportunities to become KCCH, a red hat. Once you've got your red hat, it takes time, dedication, and service to the Scottish Rite to gain the white hat and become an honorary 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason.
Complex stuff.
While I admit that Lou may be a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason in a clandestine and non-recognized valley, I am convinced he is not what he claimed to be. His statement appeared to me to have been speedily crafted to...
Now, anything with the Masons, it always relates to cover-ups, doesn't it? If you watch the Oak Island, it's all about Mason. They're now thinking it's Masons that are hiding secrets about the island, what's really on the island, related to Jesus Christ and all that, because the Masons also quite religious, aren't they? But yeah, there's always a lot of secrecy and... wink wink and handshakes. So yeah, whenever I hear Masons or anyone's in a Mason, I'm always skeptical if they're in the UFO field that they're disinformation. There was another guy that insulted me and attacked me years ago. What was his name? Chris Suga. He claimed to be a Mason, and I thought, well, bingo. And he had his own UFO site, and he doesn't even believe in it now. You know, he said he believed, but it was clear that he was actually not, because he was attacking everything. But yeah, he was one of those ones that didn't believe in the Tic Tac, at least the video. So I gave him a fair dinkum on that. But he was repeating lots of the stuff I was repeating. He was doing the same research and repeating it a week later, and I thought, mate, you just have to watch me. I've already got all the information for you. Yeah, but he was really into US politics, which was a downside. Yeah, he come on my chat and started calling my mother a whore and all that sort of stuff that you get on the side chat. Because I outed him on a few things, right? He was trying to discredit the Alien Grey video and taking one frame and say it's an ambulance and bullshit like that. And I said, you got to prove it for the whole video, how ambulance works. He says, oh, they can do all these things with lights. I said, well, yeah, I've not seen an ambulance do a strobe across and then go downwards before. He wasn't listening. He was trying to debunk the whole video. And I said, look, I just followed the evidence. And he says, no, you're trying to lead people by saying you drew around the head of the alien, saying, do you see the alien? I said, yeah, that was at the end. I think that video I did a week's solid work. He spent like a couple of hours on it. He's meant to be like the top he claimed to be the top video analysis guy, right? Blah blah blah. And I thought, oh yeah, well if he can confirm the same things as me, but all he did is try to debunk it. I said, yes, anything can be faked. Doesn't mean it's a fake. I said, no one's, for him to do this alone would be an incredible feat, because he was nearing 60 at the time, and he didn't seem to know too much about electronics to set up all the light system, and he had to have helpers to do that if he was faking it. I said, even the people in costumes wearing latex, you know, in that video, I said, you know, he didn't even focus on the people wearing the latex masks in that way. He zoomed on it for a few seconds and then moved off. I had to grab what I could from that footage, zoom in and stabilize it all, and unstretch it because it was interlaced as well. I said, if he was faking it, he did a bad job of filming it, because the aliens would have been the key part in that whole footage, right? And Mojo didn't focus on that. So there was some things that, you know, I just kept in the middle and tried to keep the following evidence. Like, I know it could be faked with latex masks, but no one's come forward after 10 years to out him. There's no way he could have done that by himself. He wouldn't have had electronic emanations like you get in Hollywood. I don't think the guy, in all respect, is that clever. You know, he'd have to be up to my level on electronics and understanding of that sort of level. Even mine's pretty basic, you know, but I could put it together by buying circuit boards and soldering bits and pieces together. But you know, you see my do-it-yourself project with the camera, you know, you can see what I've been doing there. But yeah, this got basically come on that video and started insulting me left, right and centre after calling me a Nazi and all sorts. So it's just crazy. This is sort of hatred we get in ufology and stupid people. And I don't know what's happened to him. He's disappeared. I think people wised up to him. Once he started debunking the tic-tac, he lost lots of money. He was earning enough to keep going, I believe. But he made the excuse that he had a new baby and he had to spend the time as a home dad while the wife went out working. So stuff like that, you know. I never really liked the guy, but yeah, that Poulin guy was big mates with him, which was another downside to Poulin. What's his name? What's his first name? Anyway, but doesn't matter. Anyway, Poulin ended up blocking me too and kicking me off his group, which was his own personal Facebook. But then I deleted Facebook now anyway. But yeah, there's a lot of politics that's happened over the years, guys. It goes pretty deep. The cut goes deep, as they say. The UFO Experience, a scientific inquiry by Dr. Hynek. Yeah, but even he wasn't sure about stuff, and I think he got conned a wee bit too by people. But yeah, he's one of the better guys in the end, not initially though. He was a disinformation agent like most of them, but I think he wanted the truth. He wanted the answers too, like all of us, and we want the answers. Obviously he got to see stuff that we didn't too. He probably got to see real UFO videos up close HD quality, which we don't normally get.
To bolster his status without fully comprehending the gravity or the ability to verify what he was telling me. Combine that with the understanding that compared to every single other Mason I've ever met or associated with, all having their Masonic aprons, certificates, regalia, and other accoutrements proudly on display, with the fact that I saw exactly no evidence on display or anywhere which would even remotely hint that Lue was, in fact, a Mason, much less so, a 33rd degree Scottish Rite Mason.
So it seems to me that Lue's lying through his teeth left, right and centre if you take what this guy's saying. Just this article alone destroys Lou, and I suppose his book coming out as part of the money-making machine, right? Is it out already, that book? I'm not sure. Probably come out for Christmas, will it?
Mason. As I mentioned, Sean and I spoke about masonry on our drive to Wyoming. Never once did I say during that trip that I am a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason in addition to being a 3rd degree Master Mason. I kept it simple and didn't do much other than answer Sean's questions about masonry. The fact that I hadn't mentioned my 32nd degree to Sean is a crucial factor.
Oh.
To remember and will be referenced again in a bit. So, from the moment I heard what I believed to be a direct lie by Lou to me, I spent the rest of the time there in a state of what's going on, what's wrong here, what else do I need to see that I'm not seeing now? The most disturbing part of that mental state is that I was now open to seeing the bullshit, and oh, my damn, did I see bullshit. Whether this part is the truth or if it were a fabrication by Lou, I honestly don't know, but that same night, Lou stated he had been recruited into the aviary. I'm not going to dive into that rabbit hole in this writing, but I felt it was important to mention that the statement was made by him directly to me. I can't remember if it was the 2nd or 3rd night at Lou's house. Still, the film crew had gone home, leaving only Jake Mann, Justin Tandy, myself, Sean, my wife, and Lou sitting in Lou's kitchen swapping war stories and generally having an interesting conversation. It wasn't long before someone brought up the topic of remote viewing, a thing that I didn't and still don't put much stock in. So, I had a lot of questions for Lou. I sat at the table as Lou drew out on a napkin how there were different realms and how you could astrally project yourself into these realms, and how that, as he tapped his pen on the napkin, if you ever end up in this realm, there is no humanity there, you can get lost and never make it back.
Okay, so I talked about this before, and actually, depending how you break this down, if they're talking about dimensions, then it's bullshit, but if you're talking about multiverses, and then that makes more sense. And the realms being planet Earth, right? At different ages in each universe, blah blah blah. Have the same DNA, but different ages, evolves differently, maybe. And maybe alien greys are from one of these realms. And that's what we'll become eventually as well. The sun dims or whatever, we go underground, we get bigger eyes, and we evolve into a hairless species. So yeah, there may be some truth in this. So I won't discount it. But it does sound a wee bit bullshitty at the moment. And we'll see where it leads. I don't think it's going to talks about multi-universes. It just talks about realms. Which sounds a wee bit Contact in the Desert-y.
Back. My wife was mostly done with the conversation and headed to bed. I stayed. I started asking clarification questions because most of what I was hearing didn't make a lick bit of sense, and I needed to understand. About the 5th or 6th question I asked Lou, I saw him take a posture that I interpreted as him being upset with the questions. At that time, the biggest show of bullshit I've ever seen came wafting my way, straight from the man himself, Mr. Luis Elizondo. Lou was sitting directly to my right. Sean was to my left, and I believe it was Jake seated to the left of Sean. When Lou appeared upset at my questions, he stopped, he reached over with his left hand and placed it on my right forearm, took a deep breath, dropped his head, and began to tell me about my life in the future. Yep, I typed what you just read. Feel free to read that again and let it sink in before we go on. So, Lou Elizondo, the public face of the latest UFO movement,
is a psychic
someone
medium.
who was apparently a member of the aviary and maintained, apparently, direct communication with the current UAPTF commander, someone who was previously with the DIA and had apparent ties to the Monroe Institute, was remote viewing me in the future.
Oh no.
With his left hand firmly on my right forearm, he said to me, in 3 years, and 4 months to this day, something is going to happen that will make you look back on this and say, that son of a bitch was right. He didn't elaborate before he went on to tell me that my daughter would go to one of the most prestigious universities in the United States and that I would fare a lot better than my ex-wife, who was going to suffer from drug addiction. This is where I pulled it all together and called the entire situation a complete and utter circus of lies, misdirection, fantasy, and bullshit. At that very moment, I had a bit of a flashback to the ride up to Wyoming with Sean and the Osiris. I remembered our conversation about family, and I replayed it in my head, looking for pieces of information that Lou could have received secondhand by way of Sean. And all the pieces started falling in place for me. This is the first time I've publicly spoken of this outside of close friends and family, but I don't have one daughter, I have two. I have a 24-year-old and a 9-year-old. I never mentioned my oldest daughter to Sean because that was, at that time, a relationship between father and daughter that was estranged and under repair. So I didn't involve her or make her known to anyone. Likewise, I never told anyone I had been married twice before my current and amazing wife, Edith. I've never mentioned my first wife as ever existing to anyone outside my family.
Wow.
But I spent excessive time talking about my youngest and referring to her as my daughter because, quite frankly, she's a genius and destined for great things. And Sean had even met her while in my home. Reflecting on Lou's future remote viewing words, I realized precisely what I believed to have happened. Sean was passing on to Lou tidbits of personal information on me, much the same way that psychics and road shows do to their audience with the help of the TV show producers. But Sean didn't have the whole picture, so Lou didn't have the entire picture. It all made sense. Lou saying my daughter, not my youngest, had he known I have two, but only referring to her as my daughter would go to the most prestigious university in the US showed that he had no idea I have two daughters. His comment about my ex-wife, not my first or second ex, just my ex-wife, having a drug addiction problem showed me that Lou had no idea that I had been twice previously married.
True.
Again,
Very
reflecting
true.
on the conversation Sean and I had on the trip up to Wyoming, I vividly recall telling Sean that my ex-wife had an addictive personality.
Sounds like he's a bullshitter like those other clowns, Good and Wilcock, right? He's going to be someone predicting the future and all that. He got caught out in Trump winning, didn't he? He said Trump's going to win. Well, the dark energies saw against it.
This statement, apparently, made it to Lou, who potentially misinterpreted it to mean that my ex-wife was struggling with an addiction to drugs. When I told Sean about my ex-wife having an addictive personality, I never elaborated what that meant, when it had absolutely nothing to do with drugs or alcohol. The ex-wife I was referring to is a health addict, a gym rat, a marathon runner, someone who is addicted to fitness, and she's...
see, they got caught out. And they thought they were going to hoodwink him by making it a general prediction of the future. How many times have we seen that on fakes? What's going on? Okay, saying he was more lies. Yeah, lies, alright. And this is going to destroy ufology, right? Remember how big he's been on TV too. Drug addiction for his ex-wife. Good grief. Indeed. Fancy saying that, though. You know, that's just a terrible thing to even say. Partying drunk. This is the sort of thing I'd expect to come out of GUFON's mouth. Wacky world of Wilcock. Oh, Wilcox. So, yeah, we've got a wee bit to go here still. I'll wrap up on this one. Probably have to do third phase on another episode. Probably Sunday. I'll probably do one. Anyway, carry on.
She's also a Mormon who doesn't even drink coffee due to the caffeine. And even if a rare instance happened when I inadvertently spoke about my first ex-wife, which I did not, she doesn't have any addiction issues either. She's a full bird colonel in the USAF.
Wow.
But it appeared that Sean had misunderstood, combined with not knowing I was twice previously married, and told Lou that my ex had an addiction issue, which appears to have been exploited by Lou during his remote viewing of me in the future. It was all garbage, smoke, and mirrors, and I was pissed off. It couldn't have been staged better unless Lou wore a turban while staring into a crystal ball. The next day, we were scheduled to drive out into the middle of the Bureau of Land Management, BLM, property and do some filming of the Osiris on the road, with Lou in his black pickup truck. Wyoming is authentic God's country, and I can honestly say I'm hard-pressed to come up with a more scenic and impressive vista than that of the area surrounding Lou's house. We spent a good 4 hours in the backcountry, flying drones, wasting time, and filming me chasing Lou, Lou chasing me, and general shots of the Osiris traveling down dirt roads. It was on our way back to Lou's house when the now infamous event occurred where I allegedly put everyone's life at risk and almost killed Lou. Now, I've been told by more than one person that a certain person in this accounting of events has previously told various podcast hosts and other #UFO Twitter members that I was reckless, dangerous, and nearly killed people while we were in Wyoming. That is patently untrue. It is designed as character assassination and is in and of itself slanderous.
That's what GUFON does.
What occurred is as follows. On our way back from BLM land, Lou was in his black pickup and hauling ass down a many-mile-long dirt road. I'd estimate that he was driving a variable speed of between 60 and 80 miles per hour with a dust trail kicking up to the point I had to back off to see the road and turn safely. This caused me to lose sight of Lou a few times. During one such loss of sight, I completely missed that he had apparently swerved to avoid a washout across the dirt road. I hit it at about 60 miles per hour, so hard that one of the camera guys in the back seat flew up, hit his head on the roof, and bit his tongue so hard it was oozing blood. Everything in the vehicle shook, fell, and moved. I thought I saw my soul leave my body for a moment. I wasn't even sure my axle had survived the impact, but we motored.
Actually, that just happened on a recent show. Do you watch Gold Rush? What's his name? Parker did a series in New Zealand. Actually, you should watch it just to see what New Zealand looks like. It's really interesting that his latest adventure looking for a dredge in New Zealand. Apparently, New Zealand Kiwis are the best gold miners in the world and the best inventors of mining equipment. So he goes to New Zealand to try and buy one. And he gets a lot of ideas, what they did, how they're mining. So he'll take it back to the next series, I guess, and take out twice as much gold as he used to. But on that show, they're driving around on the beach, a dirt road, I think it is. And on the very first episode, he snaps off the camera lens and bangs his head on the ceiling of the rover. I'm not sure if it's not a Land Rover. It's some sort of cheapy type rover, I think. Well, a Jeep 4-wheel drive type thing, you know. And bangs his head on the roof and snaps off the camera lens, and he says that's never happened to him before. But this guy shot up about a foot in the air when they went over a big bump. So yeah, what he's explaining here, you can just visualize it. So that's why you don't drive too crazy on these roads with the water, especially because you don't even know how deep it is.
Motored on. A few moments later, we all heard a series of pops from the back of the vehicle. What the fuck was that? I exclaimed. The camera operator in the back seat said that the red box was glowing and smoking. The severe impact from hitting that wash while chasing Lou apparently shorted out the power supply to the sky hub. It burnt one wire, threw a few sparks, and stopped. It was over before I even managed to get out of the car and pull its connecting power cable. Now, I suppose that with an extremely vivid imagination and one prone to over-exaggeration and fantasy, one could stretch the story into a Jeremy almost killed people. But the facts of the incident are exactly as written above. There was no fire. There was no danger to life. The event lasted about 8 seconds. That night, back at Lou's house, another incident of a red flag was about to appear. I felt as if my questioning of his remote viewing had touched a nerve, and while perhaps it was my imagination, I couldn't shake the feeling as if I was being held off at arm's length. However, in proper form to what I'd seen before, Lou was about to extend to me a piece of information I can only imagine he believed would bring me back. While standing in his kitchen drinking whiskey while Lou drank a glass of Chardonnay, he walked over to me, put his arm around my shoulder, and pulled his cell phone from his back pocket. Looking at his phone, he said he was about to show me something almost no one had ever laid eyes on. He flipped through some photos until he landed on a specific video. Gingerly pressing play, he held up the phone for me to watch what was unfolding on the screen. The only way for me to describe it is that it appeared to be an old surveillance video. However, this seemed more blue and white, unlike
That sounds like the video that we looked at last live stream. You know, the surveillance video from a bright light, which was a plane taken off from the airport and going onto a flight path. So I'm just wondering if that's that same footage. If so, it's been debunked and it's not a UFO, and this is typical of Lou. That'd be like on the next series of unidentified, and it's already been debunked properly. You know, they've overlaid the flight paths and everything. So if that ends up being on a TV show, let me know, because I'm going to watch out for it now, because it sounds to me that's going to be something they think is legit UFO, which is obviously legit bullshit.
Standard black and white videos. Some telemetry was up in the corners, and a targeting reticle was in the middle. There was a blob in the distance.
This one here sounds like the blowfly one that was so-called leaked from Area 51 that I analysed, right? And if you look at the original video, that you can actually see in one of the few frames that it looks like legs of a fly on the lens. And I reckon someone's taken the actual experimental video of some craft they were testing, like a jet, and overlaid the fly image instead, which looks like a out of focus UFO, but it's actually an out of focus blobby fly that's sort of hovering in front of a camera lens. And I think this is all part of the disinformation, right? And if Lou's saying that's a real thing, he probably knows it's been faked. So I'm getting more and more, hearing this story, the more and more I'm getting more angry with this Lou guy. And after all, he is now totally disinformation as far as I'm concerned. Don't know what you guys think about it. There, that's the one. Latest season, it just finished, I think, a couple months ago. It's only about 8 episodes or 9 episodes. I think there's a special at the end. Anyway, I'll just carry on.
Distance, non-ironically looking like a potato. Impossible to judge size or distance.
Yeah.
I watched the blob for a few seconds until it appeared to race towards the camera when the video stopped. Lou told me it was a highly secret video smuggled out of Russia from one of Russia's missions to Phobos.
Okay, it don't sound like the blowfly one then. So it'd be interesting to know if that's another fake video, or it'd be good to see that video just to do some analysis on it.
According to Lou, a UFO attacked the Phobos mission probe and destroyed it.
Oh no!
This was on his cell phone.
No. In
his pocket, but presented to me as if...
That Phobos one I've debunked, and if you look at all the negatives, that's the cylinder is like a camera artifact, leaking light or something like that. It's throughout the negatives. It didn't suddenly shoot a laser beam at the satellite and then it went dead. That didn't happen. There's like 300 images, and they cherry picked a few out of it, and some Russian lady made a fake story about it. Maybe because she wanted attention. There's a lot of attention seekers in ufology. But there was an episode that I debunked that, and I show you all the images. And you can see how they fabricated the whole story. Not sure if I can find it for you. Phobos. As you know, it's been a bit hard to search in Google lately because... that's how you spell it. Is that the one? And it also talks about all the other Phobos. It wasn't the only one that had mechanical failures, and it was just another one that had a new similar mechanical failure. They knew about the problems of these. They launched a few of them up. Yeah, the whole story is just a load of con job, and if Lou Alessandro doesn't know the truth, he hasn't been watching me, that's for sure. But anyway, it doesn't take too much research. Phobos. How do you spell it? No. Phobos, space. How did it spell it on the screen? Whereabouts was it? Oh, what happened there? It's gone back up to the top. Oh, what happened there? Oh no, we got it on that one. Thought we lost our place. Phobos, alright, BUS. Let me just search on that. Else we'd have to cut it off there and do another day, guys. We'll be back later. But you probably want to read that whole thing, and he's going to release some new parts every week by the sounds of it. So yeah, it's going to destroy a lot of people. Yeah, I've missed out something still. No, I spelled it right. Oh no, I spelled it different here. Did I say it spelled two different ways before? Oh yeah, spelt with a U, spelt with a O. Ah, okay. Boss, not bus. Boss. Oh, here we go. Okay, so which one is it? Good question. Hypersonic blimps. I know I did recap it. Oh, here we go. Analysis plus Phobos 2. Let's see if I can find it. It's on a really old episode, so it might be using the old software. That's the one. Looks like the same one. Look how corrupted that one is there. Just open yep. That one there is looking at all this corruption and stuff. But this line here is what they said was a UFO coming towards the probe, is actually on lots of negatives. So I'll post the link to that one. I won't play it now. And go and have a watch that one. And we'll see if it comes out later by Lou and other frauds out there again. Phobos, now we know how to spell it. A Russian word, I guess. Oh, actually it'd be Greek, wouldn't it? Based on a Greek character, is it? That's a good question. I don't know. Let's quickly look it up. Phobos. Let's quick look it up. Is that the one? Purification of a fear. Eh? Phobius. That's the other spelling. I didn't spell it wrong, did I? No. What is Phobos? The god of. Here we go. It is Greek. Son of Eris, Mars. Also the Greek god of fear. Oh, right. That's because it was a probe going to Mars that failed, wasn't it? Isn't it also a moon? Who are Phobos and Deimos? The two moons of Mars. There you go. Okay, well that answers that. And a Greek character. Phobos, fear and panic. Alright, okay. And Deimos sounds like demons, terror and dread. Oh yeah. That's where it must come from. Those words, demon and phobia. Phobia is fear, isn't it? Phobos. Oh, that makes all sense. Now I understand it. Okay, always learning something new here. Okay, let's carry on with this story and wrap up for the day.
If it was one of the most crucial state secrets humanity had ever possessed. What did he expect from me? Was I supposed to fall to the floor and place myself in worship? Was this supposed to convince me that he had all the answers? Come on, I spent a decade plus in the military and have a fairly good handle on the understanding of classifications and CUI, secret, and TS materials handling. I absolutely can guarantee that a cell phone in your back pocket isn't one of the authorized repositories of sensitive information. The final night at Lou's house felt as if it summed up my entire experience and solidified my belief that, like Sean said of Lieutenant Commander Fravor, none of this was real. That doesn't mean that UFOs aren't real off-world alien craft, only that the dog and pony show I had somehow slipped inside of wasn't what it was supposed to be, and certainly didn't feel like it was right. The film crew wanted to shoot an interview scene between myself, Sean and Lou. They selected Lou's living room as the set location. Nothing was scripted, everything was off the cuff. However, the words that were about to come out of Lou Elizondo's mouth watered the seed that had been growing for days, and I was screaming inside, this isn't right.
Some weirdness happening there. Men in Black.
Lou, on camera, and which can be verified through the below tweet by Stephen Greenstreet, offered us an opportunity to go and retrieve pieces of alleged material that had been recovered from one of the most interesting events that we now know is real, i.e., Rendlesham. https://twitter.com/middleofmayhem/status/155378.
So the reader doesn't know how to get around that. Okay, that must be the end, is it? Alright, I now deleted IMB trailer for an abandoned documentary called Anomalous, starring Lou Elizondo, Sean Cahill, and Jerry McGowan. Who's that? Right, he's Stephen Greenstreet. He's a reporter, isn't he? Investigative reporter. Offers the crew the opportunity to go retrieve material recovered from 1980 Renison UFO, but there wasn't any material there though, was there? They found footprints that some guy said were rabbit holes. So is that the trailer? Hey, there's that famous icon. We've seen that before. Some said it's an ancient tree stump that's been cut off with a big chainsaw. Oh yeah, I can see that, but yeah, I don't think so. Like it's been petrified into a rock. Nah, I don't think so. But yeah, it's good fantasy. Is that the end? Oh, we still got more to go. Okay, let's carry on then.
https://twitter.
Skip a
It
paragraph.
blew my mind.
Here we go.
Twice. Initially, I was frigging ecstatic that I had a mission that was to be documented as I drove across the entirety of the United States, from Las Vegas to Ohio, to retrieve what could be some of the most important artifacts relating to UFOs that humanity possessed. I was thrilled that I would be delivering these to Dr. Hal Puthoff in Texas for analysis.
Oh no.
I was over the moon thinking how brilliant this would come across on camera. I made it. I was absolutely in the club, being trusted with this mission of extreme importance for the entire idea of disclosure. But then, my brief flirtation with this imaginary fantasy world gave way to critical thinking, logical thought, and my bullshit filter. This didn't make any damn sense.
That's a good read.
Why? Why would materials from Rendlesham be in a private family's hands in Ohio? Why would this have not been analyzed before? Why wait for a TV show to highlight the materials and for the love of God, Why entrust a 23-year-old vehicle with a Geico liability-only insurance policy to transport what could
Yeah,
potentially be the
exactly.
most important thing in the world across the entirety of the United States?
He's very logical,
Something
this
like
guy.
that should have had an armored car convoy with U.S. Marshals transporting the samples to Los Alamos. Not me in a 1999 Land Rover and a radiator hose held together with duct tape.
And a
This was
chest
dumb.
lined with lead.
This was disingenuous. This was fakery.
Yeah.
This was sensationalism.
And I bet it was
This
from
was
Linda
not in
Moulton
keeping
Hell.
with my original goal of documenting my...
That was the materials that Linda Moulton Hell got her hand on, because it's found to be fake or something natural, you know, or something from a crashed experimental aircraft.
Documenting my search for data. This had been co-opted into the Lou show, and I wasn't going to have a damn thing more to do with it.
The Lou show, that would actually be
Or
a
so
good
I
name
thought.
for it.
I'm now over 6,000 words in this, part
CPU.
3, of my search for the truth about UFOs. I'll not let you suffer through more today.
Oh no.
Part 4 will cover the pitch of the screener we filmed to media executives from HBO Max, James Fox, Scott Carlin, Jeff Sagansky, and some others, and then my final decision to walk away from Lou, Sean, and Jake entirely.
How about Corbell?
Until then, dear reader. 116. 5.
Yeah, we got to the end, so maybe when it does part 4, we'll read that one out on a show. How about that? So you can see it took, what, probably another hour on my show to read that. But it's well worth it, I think. Anyway, I'll post it again, because it's probably scrolled up by now. And read the other 2 parts yourself. Well worth going back and reading it all. Mick, how do you spell his name? We'll just say article read out. See what you think of the other parts yourself. And we'll redo the 4th part another time. And I really should get and eat something. What's the time now? Coming up to 5 PM. Like I said, it's going to be like 3 meals in one. Yeah, apparently I'm obese though. You know, I'm always eating. What an arsehole. Let come on the side check. If that was GUFON with a fake account, yeah. He's destined for some beating. Diabetes. He's meant to be diabetes. Yeah, hopefully people don't get bad backs, so don't get diabetes like I do. Don't get water retention. Can't move too much without screaming out in pain. Yeah, if you live my life, I'd trade it. But there's worse people than me, and I don't complain. You don't see me complaining. I might just tell you that I'm not 100% and I might not be on my full game. That's about the only thing I will tell you. But I live life and I keep on going and I keep trying to seek the answers and tell the truth all the time, guys. And else it shows up if you don't. And thanks very much, Mike, if you're still out there, for your donation. All that goes towards the channel funds, not my pocket. If I spend anything on other people's channels, it's because they deserve the support too, or they just make me laugh, you know. Geekcraft I've donated to, and I've donated some to Caribbean, because now he's supported in exposing GUFON. I just had to give him some money. Because it's about time someone actually took up the bat for me instead of attack me all the time. So it's sort of nice having people recommend me, and more people starting to watch slowly again. They may love and hate me, but I'm Kiwi that's always putting my foot in it, right? Because I speak my mind. And I don't throw everybody under the bus. In fact, I haven't even thrown GUFON on the bus. Remember, I said I've never thrown him under the bus. That he is correct on some things, but not everything. But he thinks he's like the #1 correct dude in ufology and truthology, and all he does is character assassinate, and he needs to be a bit more professional and attack the message. If there's a problem in the message, attack the message and document it probably well, and not just make up fakes as you go. You know, just bring up some screen snapshots of scientific papers like I do on balloons and prove to me that I'm wrong about miler balloon heights and what a weather balloon actually looks like, because that's what started the initial attack on me, and then me debunking third face, and that really got under his skin. That's what it's really about. Gabba, Jasper, thanks for joining us. Mike, for joining us. Blue Chicken, I think he was even there, was he? Did I see Blue Chicken, or was that my imagination from last time? I do it while gaming on Twitch. Thank you. Steve Cameron mentions 5+ times that GUFON called you a pedo. Yeah. Good on him. But he actually called me that in comments, not verbally. You know, I made a movie, but I fabricated the two words together in his voice to go with the statement as part of what do you call it, creative license. But yeah, when you got people attacking you in comments and not on live chat, less people hear about it. And also in emails, right? And all that sort of business. It's just disgusting behaviour, really. He keeps saying he doesn't step over the line, then he pulls all that sort of crap. And you saw just the recent comments at the beginning of the show on my Twitter feed, and there's probably more there. I just haven't checked it yet. So maybe I'll still bring it up on future shows because he likes the attention. Actually, I want to talk less about these guys because they like the attention, but sometimes it's just a bit of humour, funny, just to laugh back at them. But anyway, I better get going. Start to think I'm super dry and hungry again. Well, not super hungry. I've been sick quite a lot, actually. Steve, yeah, he's pretty good. Steve's very funny, too, as we pointed out last live stream. He is really funny, yep. You say the same thing. I'm glad you got me onto Truth Seekers. Yeah. I recommend people that are worth watching. Also people that are not worth watching and have a listen to this crap, which I do post on Discord and whatnot, on Twitter as well sometimes. I had to step away, just back with a late nightcap coffee. Oh, we're just wrapping up now, guy. I know we could go on a lot longer. I've still got a lot more to go. Third phase and all that, but I need to drink, I need to rest and all that sort of business, and there'll be some more Sunday if you're around. 4:40. Whereabouts are you, Philip? It's now coming up to dinner time here, 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock region. So what's that make you? American? I think that's California, is it? California? Whereabouts are you? Before we sign off. Okay, you don't want to say. That's alright. So I'll just say good night and disappear. Doom. Hey, disappeared. And that's what happened when I saw the tall whites. The second one disappeared just like that alien grey just did. Eastern Washington State, USA. Oh, well, that's near California. That's above it. So that's where, if you've watched my Alien Grey video from Mojo, he comes from Oregon. Isn't that in Washington? Oregon, Washington? I'm still getting used to all the different states in America and places there. It's a big place, America. So, yeah, thank you. I'm not sure if we've seen you here before, but thanks for joining us. you added to the show on the side chat with sensible comments. And if you're often enough, you might even get a spanner and be able to be like the other guys here and post links. And also block those horrible trolls that we get. Thumbs on the phone, slow. Okay, no problem. You need to do hypno, and recall these visits. I don't know, because if you put out into a deep sleep, you never ever remember anything. If they're doing stuff on your sleep, right, you're not going to remember. And yeah, I think it can be full of lots of doubts. People don't believe in it in those hypnosis sessions, because of that you can influence them. But like I was talking about in the beginning of the show about mind control, and if you watch that illusions one, you can see I do a card trick on there, and see if you can work out how I did it. No, I'm not the Kiwi, I'm just the symbol I like the most. Jasper. Yes, okay, cool stuff, guys. North of Oregon, yep, and south of, okay, cool. Your DNA will remember. Yes, guys, yeah, this has been a blast of minutes. Gotta go, though. So, good night. And having people show up and watch and interact means more to me than money, but thanks for any of the donations, past and future. And I'll say good night with my emanation thing here. I'll see you again Sunday, 2 PM, I think. And we'll cover anything else that has to be covered. One day I might get some new guests on. I was back in talk with Earl Grey from California MUFON. So whether he will come on and give us an update what's going on, that would be good. I'm working on it. And also Robert Farmer, his take on all this disinformation in the community. Hopefully I can get him to come on, even if it's once, even if it's a half an hour. So if he's watching this, Robert, you got an invite. And yes, I'll see you Sunday. My Sunday will be your Saturday, so yeah, definitely stay safe on the roads, and I'll see you again soon. You keep saying that, Jasper. I'm glad you liked it anyway. Yep, you take care too, guys.